A very warm welcome to all of you on this second day of third international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science, organized by Department of Computer Science, Government V.B.S.D Girls PG College, Jashpur. I, as a co-convener of this international e-conference, would like to welcome all the participants who have joined over here on this online platform. And our first speaker for this second day's international e-conference is Dr. Atul Tripathi. Uh, I warmly welcome Dr. Atul Tripathi, and we are really grateful to you for your consent for joining us on this online platform in this international e-conference. Dr. Atul Tripathi is working as assistant professor in Department of Computer Science and Information Technology, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, East Champaran, Bihar. Dr. Tripathi has number of publications in the uh, journals of repute. He had also published many papers in as conference proceedings and also book chapters in several edited books. He has more than 6 years of teaching and research experience, and the research areas of Dr. Tripathi includes cloud computing, machine learning, soft computing, multi-objective optimization, and deep learning. The topic of today's talk of Dr. Tripathi is genetic algorithm, and uh, so I would like to invite Dr. Tripathi for his talk. Over to you, Dr. Tripathi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Atul Tripathi, and currently I am assistant professor at Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar. I'm very thankful to Government V.B.S.D Girls PG College and organizing team of this e-conference for inviting me to deliver a lecture on genetic algorithm. Right. So, as we are living in the era of artificial intelligence, the question that is arising day by day is that can we make our evolution or our evolutionary system as much intelligence as human being are, right? So basically, firstly we will talk about intelligence. Intelligence can be divided as the capability of a system to adapt its behavior to ever changing environment, right? And this form or appearance of the system should be irrelevant from the system point of view, right? And basically evolutionary computation simulates evolution on a computer, and the result of such simulation can be thought as a series of optimization algorithms that are usually based on some rules. And basically, with the help of optimization, we iteratively improve the quality of the solutions until an optimal or at least feasible solution is found, right? So the behavior of individual organism is an inductive inference about some yet unknown aspects of environment. So if over successive generations the organism survives, then we simply say that organism is capable of learning to predict changes in its environment. Means that species or that organism is well aware of the changes which is currently happening in its environment, right? So the all the evolutionary approaches is based on computational models of the natural selection and genetics, and we call them evolutionary computation. And basically, this evolutionary computation is an umbrella term that combines genetic algorithm, evolution strategies, as well as genetic programming. So, how do we simulate this natural evolution? So, on 1st July of 1858, Charles Darwin presented a theory which was very popular in Linnean Society of London, and that day was the beginning of the revolution in biology. So, basically, there are three concepts such as theory of evolution, and Weizmann's theory of natural selection, and Mendel's concept of genetics. All these three are together called as Neo-Darwinian paradigm. And evolutionary computation is basically based on this concept only. So, evolution can be seen as a process that is leading to the maintenance of the population's ability to survive and reproduce in a specific environment, right? And this ability we call as evolutionary fitness, that we will evaluate in each of the evolutionary algorithms, right? And this evolutionary fitness can also be viewed as a measure of organism's ability to anticipate the changes that are currently happening in its environment, right? And this fitness can also be quantitative measure of the ability to predict environmental changes and to respond adequately. So let us consider one real life example to understand what is exactly this fitness term, right? Now consider a population of rabbits, right? Some rabbits are faster than others, and we may say that those rabbits who are more faster, or they are possessing superior fitness because they have a greater chance of avoiding foxes, so they will survive and they will also breed, right? So if two parents have superior fitness, means two rabbits who are faster, there is a good chance that combination of their genes will produce an offspring with even higher fitness. Means you are taking the um, two rabbits which are very fast, and you are producing these two rabbits are mating, and they are producing a baby rabbit that is more faster than its parent, right? So over the time, what will happen, entire population of rabbits will become faster, therefore they will be able to uh, exist, and they would be able to uh, conserve preserve their species in the ever changing environment. So all the methods of evolutionary computation simulates natural evolution by creating a population of individuals, right? And they also evaluate their fitness and also generate the new population through genetic operations such as uh, crossover, mutation, etc. Right? So we will start genetic algorithm as a most of the other evolutionary algorithm can be viewed as a part or variation of this genetic algorithm only, right? So this genetic algorithm is firstly developed by John Holland in 1970s, and he only introduced the concept of genetic algorithm, and his aim was to make the computers to do what nature does, right? And Holland was concerned with the algorithms that can manipulate the string of binary digits. And here in Holland's genetic algorithm, each artificial chromes consist of number of genes, right? And each gene is represented by 0 or 1. Here you can see that this is one gene, second gene, third gene, and all these genes are combining to form a chromosome. And these particular genes is re- responsible for feature, like in case of rabbit, these genes are responsible for their speed. So nature has an ability to adapt and learn without being told what to do. In other words, we can say that nature finds good chromosomes blindly, and genetic algorithm also does the same thing, right? So there are two mechanisms that links genetic algorithm to the problem, that is encoding. Means we have to firstly encode our problem so that it can get fitted into the environment of genetic algorithm, and also how to evaluate them. The genetic algorithm uses a measure of fitness of individual chromosomes to carry out reproduction. As reproduction takes place, the crossover operator exchanges parts of the two single chromosomes, and the mutation operation operator changes the gene value in some randomly chosen location of the chromosome. So basic steps, we will discuss the basic steps of the genetic algorithm. Firstly, we will represent the problem variable domain, right? We will represent the problem variable domain as a chromosome of the fixed length, right? We will also choose the size of the chromosome population. We will select the crossover probabilities by which we have to perform the crossover, and we have to take the value of mutation probability, right? We will also define the fitness function, and all the chromosomes will be evaluated based on their fitness value. So this fitness function definition is also very crucial. Then we will randomly generate the initial population of chromosomes. These will be the solutions to our optimization problem, right? And we will calculate their fitness, fx1, fx2, and so on, fxn. Now we will select a pair of chromosome for mating purpose. Means we want to perform the crossover operation. So we have to select two chromosome, right, from the current population. And these parent chromosomes will be selected based on their fitness value. Generally, we use roulette wheel selection method for that purpose. Now, after selecting a pair of parent chromosome, we will perform the crossover and mutation. And now we will place the newly created offspring onto the new population. This will be called as new generation, right? And we will perform the we will perform the step 5 until the size of new chromosome population become equal to the size of initial population, right? This is the different than our natural evolution, राइट हमारी जो पहले पॉपुलेशन थी वो आज की पॉपुलेशन सेम नहीं है जनरेशन वाइज पॉपुलेशन चेंज होती रहती है बट इन केस ऑफ जेनेटिक एल्गोरिथम द पॉपुलेशन साइज विल remain constant, right? Whatever will be the population of first generation, that will be that will remain the same in second or third or fourth generation, right? So now in we will replace the initial chromosomes with the new population, and perform we will repeat step 4 until the termination criteria is satisfied. This termination criteria could be some fixed number of generation or some fixed threshold fitness value, etc. So for understanding how this algorithm generally works, we will take one example. As this genetic algorithm is mostly used for solving optimization problem, so I'm just taking a very simple function 15x minus x square. I want to optimize this particular algorithm, this particular function. Now, if we will change the value of x, we will get different values of this function. I'm saying that it is a f. It is f function. So for the purpose of simplicity, suppose that I am taking the value of x in between 0 to 15. I'm taking their values 0 to 15, and the value of x is only integer. So x की value 1 ली, 2 ली, 3 ली, 4 ली, इस तरीके से we are taking different values of x. And this x, if I'm taking the value of x as 1, since we have 16 values total, 0 to 15, so log of 16 will be 4. Therefore, for encoding purpose, we have to take 4 bits. So 1 is encoded as 0001, right? And similarly, 11 is encoded as 1011, right? So these all possible values of x, which is in range between 0 to 15, are encoded here, right? So these all are our chromosomes, right? And we have to look for that particular value where this function 15x minus x square is getting maximized, right? So this function is our fitness function that we have to maximize, and I'm taking the crossover probability is equal to 0.7 and mutation probability is equal to 0.001. These all are randomly generated value, and we can while performing the experiment we can tune them. Now you can clearly see that if I'm taking for the purpose, if I'm taking the initial population as 6, so I have to select 6 chromosomes. Suppose I have selected these chromosomes x1, x2, x3 and so on, x6, whose representation are 1100, 0100, 0001 and so on, right? So you can clearly see that x1 is basically representing the value of x 12, right? Similarly, x4 is a chromosome that is representing a solution that belongs to the value 14, right? And if we will calculate their fitness, we have to simply pass this value on this fitness function 15x minus x square. 15x minus x square. If we will put value of 12 here, then 15 into 12 minus 12 square will be 36. So by this, we will get the fitness of all these 6 chromosomes. And here in the last column, I have calculated the fitness ratio. How? Fitness ratio is just a ratio, or you can say that it is uh, it is a fitness value that is 36 divided by sum of all the fitness values, right? तो आप यहाँ पे इसका कॉलम सम निकालिए और उससे डिवाइड कर देंगे तो फिटनेस रेशियो आ जाएगा, right? So by this, we know that which solution is more fitter as compared to others, right? Here in this example, since this is 25.7 is having higher value, that means my chromosome X5 is having more fitness as compared to rest of the chromosomes. Now, in natural selection, only the fittest species can survive, breed, and thereby passing their genes on to the next generation. So, GA also uses the similar approach, unlike nature, right? Uh, but there is one difference that their population remains the constant. But this property that the chromosome which is more fitter will survive, we will adapt this behavior to our algorithm. For selection of the chromosome, we will choose roulette wheel method, right? Here, based on their fitness ratio, an area has been plotted, right? And we will rotate this wheel in order to select the parent of newly generated chromosome, right? So if we will rotate this wheel 2 times, we will get 2 parent which are going to mate, right? And so this operation is called as crossover. And after performing the crossover, we have to perform mutation. In mutation, what we do, firstly, we will firstly thoroughly understand how crossover is performed. Suppose that we have selected 2 chromosomes, X6 and X2, right? And this is crossover point. So what will happen? The part that is after this crossover point will be exchanged with another parent. So here it will become 1000 and here it will become 0101, क्योंकि मैं ये क्रॉसओवर के बाद से पूरा का पूरा पॉइंट पूरा का पूरा पार्ट एक्सचेंज हो गया है, राइट? सो इफ आवर क्रॉसओवर पॉइंट इज दिस, सो व्हाट विल हैपन कि इन दोनों के बाद का जितना पार्ट है वो स्वैप हो जाएगा, ठीक है? सो दिस इज क्रॉसओवर. नाउ वी विल डिस्कस व्हाट इज म्यूटेशन ऑपरेटर. In mutation, basically, we change the pattern or the value of one particular gene. Take this example. Here, X1 Suppose this is mutation point where this cross is being marked. So what will happen? This particular one bit is going to be changed as 0. This is called as mutation. और generally ऐसा होता है sometimes even though the color hair color or eyes color of all the ancestors are black, but still it is the possibility that their uh, grandchildren has his eye color as blue, right? This is called as mutation. So what will happen in genetic algorithm? Firstly, we will generate the initial population, right? We can represent that population as generation I with the help of roulette wheel selection method. We will perform, we will select two parent, right? And we will perform the crossover operation. We will also perform then mutation, and by this we will get a new generation or new chromosomes, right? If you will see the initial fitness value, how these fitness values are calculated, this with the help of same function. What was that function? 15x minus x square, as I think, right? So what will we will do? We will calculate the fitness of all the chromosomes of generation I, and we will also calculate the fitness value of all the chromosomes of generation I plus 1. Now here you can clearly visualize that the fitness value of new chromosomes are higher as compared to its previous generation. And if we will repeat this procedure for large number of runs, definitely we will get the optimal or near optimal solution, right? So this is the very basic steps of genetic algorithm that can be applied while solving the optimization problem. And it gives the basic idea how to solve the optimization problem which belongs to the category of NP hard, right? So if you are having any question, then you can leave it on the comment. Okay, thank you.
Atul Tripathi, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us and for your nice lucid presentation. Uh, if questions are there from the participants, kindly put in the chat box. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Bharat Singh. Dr. Bharat Singh is working as an assistant professor
Everyone.
in engineering, Triple IT Ranchi, Science and Technology Campus, Ranchi, Jharkhand. The research areas of Dr. Bharat Singh include selection, feature extraction, machine learning, deep learning, high dimensional data, and he has published number of research papers in several peer-reviewed journals of national and international reputes, and proceedings as well as book chapters in the edited books. Dr. Bharat Singh is having more than 5 years of teaching experience, and the today's talk of Dr. Bharat Singh is vision of cost-effective autonomous drone in abundant applications. So, on behalf of uh, Department of Computer Science, Government V.B.S.D Girls College, I, Dr. P.K. Singh, would like to invite Dr. Bharat Singh for his talk. Over to you, Dr. Bharat Singh.
My work with the research community. So I am very grateful to the organizing committee of the third international e-commerce on emerging trend in computer science. Government V.B.S.D Girls PG College Jashpur. I am thankful to the director sir of Government V.S.D Girls PG College and technical team and organizing committee. Yeah, so here we are going to uh, present some topic related to vision of cost-effective autonomous drone in abundant application. So basically, this is the area where most of the work is going on, and government organization, Indian government has also encouraged all the researchers to come in this field and work so that plenty of work can be done to uh, for the social welfare with the help of the drone. So if we see the yeah, so this is the abstract of my article. So here uh, let's go one by one. So nowadays human around the sector reflect on consideration on drones and now no longer simply how amazing they might be to fly. However, how tons drone have progressed our contemporary day life. As drone draw trans curiosity, the drone enterprise has unbolted their marketplace to normal humans manufacturing drone for use in everyday life. Most of the existing solutions provide a weak integration, which become a hurdle for the additional development. This research paper proposed the framework and improvement of a self-reliant UAV unmanned aerial vehicle that we also call the drone that's managed with the aid of using Wi-Fi generation via graphical person interface. This proposed layout successful to fly autonomously and additionally successful to tune preloaded venture automatically. We will use deep learning to track and identify object in image using the proposed framework. So here we have given some what are the actual use. So in your daily life you have seen that there is many application of robot around your day-to-day life. You have seen in the marriage, you have seen in some event, you have seen kids they are flying some kinds of drone. So these are the some like application that is going on. They are in the use, okay, but many more can be done. Many more can be done with the this latest technology from the security point of view, from the network point of view, from the communication point of view, from the logistic point of view. The main challenge is the this one that we have taken. Most of the existing solution provide a weak integration. So till now, yeah, it is sufficient. We are having the drones; they are working properly now. But can we utilize with the help of AI? Can AI modify? Can AI applied in these drones so that they are able to do lots of work? So our focus on this field, integrating AI with the drone. Yeah. So in this paper, in this article, I will just give a framework. So, very small contribution that we are going to hear. Upra. We are just trying to integrate the machine learning AI technique with the drone technology. Okay. Till now, we will try. We are under the progress to get the results of the that working. But the framework is very uh, visionary. It will be definitely provide lots of. It will definitely uh, track many problems on the track. We will use deep learning to track and identify object in images using the proposed framework. Now we are going to the for the introduction. So in introduction, drone can glide in air. So that is the very basic definition. So it's kind of we can say object which is flying and controlled by some human being. Okay? Like there is a car that is controlled by a driver. So in the drone there is some uh, control system through which a human being is controlling that thing. But we want to glide in air by automatically or through the machine. We just provide the source, we just provide the destination, and all the thing will be done automatically. That we want. That is our vision. Yeah, so say very simple definition, drone. So it is the unmanned aerial vehicle that very popular with this name. But this concept is not old. So it's similar to the aeroplane. Aeroplane is that is also a fly in the air, a glide in the air, helicopter, drone. Uh, so, but so idea is old. Drones idea is old. So it is an aircraft, an aeroplane without the human being, without the pilot. How it's happened? Because of the invention in the field of microprocessor, because of the invention in the field of computational technology, because of the innovation in the field of the memory system, processing power capability. So there is much work has uh, evolved in this field. So um, somebody create an aeroplane or aircraft without a human pilot, so it's controlled by some remote devices and they are able to manage, they can fly according to their wish, and these are used in the some specialized military operation. But uh, initially they are used for the specialized military operation, but these days they are also used for the civilian application. So how we can use in different in various way in the civilian application for most of the tasks. So for that work is going on, and very soon we will see the result. Yeah, so some of them are using the digi camera, some of them are using the wi-fi digitals to transfer, to send, to control, to communicate. Drones now no longer simplest assist us in society. Drone is also, they are not simply just assisting, but they can solve many challenging problems, many sophisticated problems, and many complex problems. Not just for the marriage, not just for the event, not just for the toy as a toy. Okay, it can also be used as a different uh, perspective through the use of AI. Yeah, the opportunities are limitless. They are huge, enormous. Work can be carried out in this field through the use of the artificial intelligence itself. AI is very huge area. It's applied. It's these days it's being applied in every field. So definitely, drone will also comes under the subset of this AI, robot and AI. But if these two will be fully supported each other, then definitely there will be revolution. You will see. Already we are having the Industry Revolution 4.0, but after this, might be we are able to get the Industry Revolution 5.0. In terms of drone technology, there remains some area where further progress is still being hindered, which is preventing the development of easily improvised AI solution. Drone makes use of its cameras to perceive item after which navigate around. Automation is one of the most intriguing possibility for drone. Drones may be trained to fly alone and complete a range of function using the AI. A straightforward voice-activated controller or perhaps a phone app can accomplish this through the apps, through some voice assistant controller. You can fly, you can manage, you can control. Using AI to automate your drones, which make them even more versatile and straightforward to use, regardless of the approach we choose. So, if we are going to use the AI, so simply it's going to automate the application of the drone in the very vast, in the very efficient manner. Uh, but for this indoors, small and cost effectiveness drone are to be had in the market, and also for recognition of the object, recognition of the pattern, recognition of the photo, recognition of the camera, it will be going to use in the near day. Now we are coming to the literature survey. In the literature survey section, there is in this article I have used around 15 to 20 references, around 18 references I have used. Uh, the machine learning technique, AI technique that I have used, I am going to use for this work is about CNN for the object detection, for the photo detection. So this is given in the reference number 6 and 5. In the reference 7, 8, 9, there is some work for the intelligent drone. Intelligent control of the drone has been done. So we have used that. We have seen that paper, and in that paper we have got the idea of how we are going to control the drone in the intelligent manner. Yeah. So, but in 7, 8, 9, the algorithms that are used uh, is about to be a searching algorithm like BFS, DFS, A star algorithm, A star algorithm, these algorithms for the intelligent control. But in the reference number 9, author has used the backtracking technique. Yeah, some more references in the reference 5 and 15. Again, CNN has been used to find the more effective results through the drone. And in 16, it has earned a reputation for providing better overall performance than unsupervised learning. There is some problem in my camera. Hmm. So that is about the 16. Yeah, if you see the through these literature survey, through these 16, 18 papers, I have found the application area of the domain. So one is the agriculture, one is the urban development, one is the traffic management, homeland security, and telecommunication. So if you see the agriculture, so in the agriculture, like if you take one example, then crop health monitoring is one of area where drone is helping. So suppose there is a huge size of farmer land is there. So farmer try to show some seeds in that field, and after doing it's he has to monitor it. So to monitor the quality of the crop, it can drone through the drone. Either he has to go to the field and check all the hook and corner, otherwise he can use the drone to check that in which particular area, what is the size of the crop, what is the length of the this thing can be done. Soil health assessment to check which soil is useful for which type of grains, seed, it will be make it a decision has been made based on the analysis. Similarly, urban development. So we have the only big advantage of drone technology is that if you are looking any problem on the top view, so it's very clear to take the decision or make the decision. Because the side view and front view is not as that much clear as in compared to the top. So that's why it is getting popular and popular because it's help to check all and pros and cons of the every problem. If we see the urban development, there is many types of work where it's help. So like if we are doing the improved urban planning, so if there is some existing cities there and now some government agency has come, government has launched some new type of activity plan. So for that, how it should be executed, where we have to make the warehouse, in which area we have to make the all these things. Like these day metro construction is going on, so they are making the some surveys. So in that, first they take the images of all things, and then they planning in this. We have to find this route, this way, and this. Uh, many things are there, but we are not going for that. Similarly, traffic management, homeland. So unlimited applications of drone is available. That not available, we can explore and we have to do it. In fact, okay. Now we are coming to the our work. So that is the design of the some drones. So that is the three copter and hexcopter. Similarly, there is a quadcopter is also there. So if you talk about the this platform, so drone deploy. This is the drone deploy software, where drone deploy is the biggest leader in the creation of 3D drones. They are helping in the our generate the some kinds of drone, and these drones are very actually these are the simulation through which we can have to analyze all the pros and cons of the uh, any drone that we are going to design. So once the drone has been, there are many programming language. This is all that is also helping. So these are the tricopter and sexcopter. Similarly, there's the same for the there is side view, top view, and a front view of the uh, quadcopter drones has been given. Similarly, there are many programming languages which are useful to program the drone, write the program for the drone. So basically, they are the Scratch programming language is there, Swift programming language is there, Tinker programming language is there, and Blockly programming language. These are the some of the language they are helping to write the code and generate the along with the Python and JavaScript. Yeah, so these are the some of the drone that is created by the well-known organization. So there are some many 20 to 20, 30 organization that is creating a good quality of drones. But the famous one is the DJI Mavic, uh, Hotel Evo 2, and Skydio. Skydio. That they are creating the good quality of drones in this day, but they are like they are drone you have seen in the marriage, drone you have seen in the football match, drone you have seen in the um, cricket match ground, and many other applications. But analytical things is missing till now. Okay, so our main objective of this into we have proposed a framework for integrating the deep learning with the drone technology. Yeah, so this is the best updex score that is used to measure the quality of the drone. So here key consideration for adoption of drone. Whenever somebody is going to launch a drone, so its drone is having we have to follow some certain paths, we have to follow some guideline. So these are the four seven guideline that we have to follow: identification of the appropriate use case, assessment of commercial aspects, type of output that can be expected, assessment of technology aspects, assessment of deployment aspects, assessment of procurement aspects, compliance with Directorate Journal of Civil Aviation Regulation. So we have to see many aspects. First, we have to see many aspects. We have to assessment many aspects. We have to identify the problem area. Then we have to take the license. We have to take the follow the rule of the DGC. Yeah. So here in this slide, I have given the. This is very obvious proposed framework. So there are so many motors are there for in because in a particular drone there is not one motor, there may be many motors are embedded. So each motor is controlled by their respective motor controller. Yeah, so these motor controller receive the input, and they are also, if there is some output, they are also providing to that one. There are RC receiver. RC receiver is taking the signals and they are providing to the this component input output. And there is flight controller. Flight controller is used to manage control the speed of the drone, height of the drone, and left, right, all the motions related. So that is the flight controller. So all the input, output, and flight controller, they are having the gyro, barometer, accelerometer, and magnetometer. So what should be the speed, what should be the height, what should be when at the time of when they are coming down, what should be the um, at what height, what we have to apply the control the speeds. Okay, and there are telemetry and GPS. So GPS is uh, for a particular drone, it's having the some what the location it's moving at what at the current location. So this thing will be available, and also the telemetry it had to communicate with the other type of the drones, other type of ground control system devices. So that is for the telemetry. Yeah, if you see the minimum set required, so some minimum set that required for a particular drone is the there is some control system, there is some motors, there is motor controller. So all these things should be connected with others in this thing only operate if it's connected with some other devices through the radio signal, it's connected through the other devices through the Wi-Fi or USB, it's connected to the HDMI, and there is some mobile laptop that is connected to the HDMI or some signal communication. So minimum setup that is required, or we need USB, we need radio, we need HDMI, we need Wi-Fi. So sometime in IoT platform, they are also providing a kind of simulation to implement the functionality of the robot. Yeah, if you see the overall picture, so overall, so if you see, so this work is already existing. Most of the work is so here I have tried to deploy some image processing through the deep learning, that is the CNN. So because of this, we are using the CNN. So all the other things they are already in the previous. We have found that they are already in use. They are related to the drone also. So that is not we are working fully in that part. But the deep learning, this is the things image processing system, or similarly we can do others uh, photo recognition, uh, identification of object, identification of crowd, identification of the crop. Many things can be done. Okay, but here three inputs that is given the infrared and EO sensors. They are providing the signal to the remote sensor interfacing system through the remote sensing terminal. So from here it's providing the information. So this information can be image processing. This is the image data. Okay. Similarly, GPS is there, IMU is there. So again, they are putting the information to the remote sensor interfacing system where they are connected. There is the flight control system, flight control system controlling the movement of the each drone, and actuators are there. Actuator will help to perform the physical task in the through the drones. The all the action, the physical work that is carried out by the drone comes under the actuators. There is a communication system. Which communication system has been used for particular drone? Because these days, 4G and 5G is being used for with the drone. But what the existing VR communication system is available that will be used with the drone. Yeah, so there is ground command center and other UAV. So ground command center is there is some kinds of platform. That platform is taking the this platform is working as the control system for the whole ground. So there are some kinds of machines are there. So if you see the whole drone, so the drone is having the two part. One is the drone itself, and other is the this all these IR, GPS, reviewers, and mm, the file control system. So this ground command center is known as the remote ground command center. Here, the from here, all the drones are managed. Actually, the this situation is different. Here is a particular user is not flying the one particular drone. It's not controlling one particular drone. Suppose there are 100 drones are there that is being controlled by some center command center. Okay, so that thing we are talking about. So other UAV, that means all these drone is having the capability to communicate with the others uh, drone. Okay, so far they are also able to communicate, exchange information. That's why these are the connected to the communication system. Okay, so this is the our proposed architecture in which we have included one component. This component will help to deploy. We have to embed, integrate the much deep learning technique into the drone technology. Yeah, now we are coming to the conclusion. So, in this paper, we have presented a, uh, mm, query concerning the prospective development of AI in drone. How that means how we can integrate the artificial intelligence with the existing drone technology. So, by using this, we are having various advantages. If we are able to do this, we eliminate the need for human operator. So till now, many drones are there that is controlled by the human operator. But if we are able to make it possible, then they will be controlled by the some machines only. Uh, so it make it possible for the drone to fly farther and travel farther than a human operator could. It also grants the drone the flexibility to behave independently, defy limitations, and establish goals. So, as we already talked, AI-enabled drone can be utilized for a range of operations like cargo transportation, search and rescue, agricultural mapping, telecommunication, smart cities, or traffic control in many areas. Okay. As the generation advances, we might see an increase in the number of drones capable of autonomous flight. flight. So that means here through this line we in the future we will see there some flying scooter, flying car maybe there, flying cycles would be will be there, and various application that will be like drone can be act as a courier. It can be used by the e-commerce like Flipkart and Amazon. They will use to transport item from logistic item from one place to other place, mm, and many complex work. That is because top view in the last I would have to say top view always give the a greater decision making idea. If you look any problem as a whole, then you are able to make the better plan in compared to the yeah. So this is all about for my presentation. So these are the some of the references that I have used in this article, and again once again I am very thankful to the organizing team and government V.B.S.D PG College for providing this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your nice, effective presentation, and we are really grateful to you that you spared your valuable time uh, for this international e-conference. And now our next speaker is Dr. Vinod Kumar Patle. Dr. Patle is working as Senior Assistant Professor in School of Studies in Computer Science and Information Technology, Pandit Ravisankar Shukla University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. The research areas of Dr. Patle includes mobile ad hoc network, sensor data mining, and he has number of publications in reputed journals, and also he has published book chapters in several edited books and conference proceedings. The topic of Dr. Patle's talk is Future Perspective of Data Analytics Approach for Modern Technology. So, on behalf of the organizing committee and Department of Computer Science, Government V.B.S.D Girls College, I would like to invite Dr. Vinod Kumar Patle for his talk. Over to you, Dr. Patle.
Of the data analytic approach for modern technology. Today data technology is the grow and data is the important roles are play in this time. Here the what is the data? Data is the knowledge. Data is useful informations that use the collect the support the organizations and some decision makings and the some strategy. The data is the very important part in the current scenario, or this data has some take this important decision for the analysis and analytic approaches. They are using some algorithms approaches are using. Here the good data provide the indisputed evidence, while the subjective evidence assumptions are the abstracts observations might lead the wasted of the resources due to taking actions based on in the incorrect conclusions. So here the data allow to organizations to measure the effectiveness of the given the strategy. There are many sources to collect the data. The current scenario this times the data is collected from the various sources, just like here the some devices, PCs, tableted, the smartwatch, smartphone, cameras. They are the wearable devices and some different sensor networks. They are the sensors to collect the data. There are the many sources. Here the one person's here capture the data, the data is the interact the different sources. The one person is the connected the some banking systems. There are the some knowledge base any sites here the some business purpose, they are the e-commerce, they are using some government authenticated sites, they are the entertainments, they are the many sources, and they are the social medias, their users to connected, they are the data is the shared to different sources, or one person's the data is the shared the different sources, or one person use the many applications, so data is the shared. So this data is captured by the authorized sites. Yeah, some there are some social media they are using the WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitters, and the Instagrams. These sites are the collect the data at the different sources. Also, there are the telecommunications. There are some mobile users. The data is the collected. Some e-business. There are the some e-commerce. There are the many marketing sites. They are using some data is the collect the data. So data is the analysis. The single person. There are some many sources to collect the data from the different sources that share the data here. Here the data science. Here the data science is the process of using the tools and techniques to draw the actionable informations out of the large amount of the noisy data. The data science used in the everything for the business decisions to sport analysis, the insights, risk assessments. So here the data science is very important part in the today. There are the some data has some analysis, and there are the some tools and techniques to apply in the data. There are the some data is the algorithms, there are some analysis techniques applied, there are the structures, there are the solvings and process. All this part of the data science to achieve the good result, some analysis the parts. Here the data, big data analytics. So here the some areas there are some techniques are using. Here the data warehousings versus the data. There are many applications based on the data warehousings. The big data is the more real words in the natures in the traditional data warehouse applications. Traditional data warehousings architectures has the some extra data. There are the some teradatas are not well suited for the big data application. This type of many applications in the based on the big data. So here that big data is the very important. The data warehousing is not suitable for this. But share the some nothings the massive the parallel processing scalables or architects are well suited for the big data applications. So here the analytic approach in the different types of the analytics approaches they are using. Here the prescriptives, they are the predictives and descriptive analysis. The prescriptive analysis means the advise the possible outcomes. Here the some analysis at a time that they take the decisions. So which type of possibilities based on the incomplete data, or there are some algorithms, there are techniques they applies. Here the perfect results. There are some application area the why the airlines prices that changes the every hours. There are the day to days. They are the increase the price. The coming date is the earlier comings, there are the some price is the increase, so they are the here the important is the timings. So these are the prescriptive analysis advice to possible outcomes. Next here the prescriptive analysis mean the based on the past data and present data to describe the future part. Here are some examples. The how do the grocery cashiers know the 100 of the coupon is the might the actually use. So there are some many applications. There are some using the applications area. There's some coupons area. The last time there are how many coupons in the sellouts, and there are the it presents the how to plan the future plannings. So here are some prescriptive analysis. Or third is the descriptive. The all based on the decisions and some makings, and there's an algorithm based of the perfect result. There are the some descriptives. There are the three type of analytical approaches they are using: the prescriptives, predictives, and descriptive analysis. Here the grow in the need for the analyticals. They are the data generation, for the large volume of the data from the business transactions. So today, the data is grow very market systems. Here the some business means they are the many stores, they are the Walmarts, they are using the lot of data. The data volumes in the zettabytes, the year wise years, they are the near about, they are the 2010s, they are the 20 data maximum zettabytes. But this 22, there are the some 97% data is the generated, they are the zettabytes, and they are the 2015 the graph is the increase wise. Here the linearly their data is the increase. They are the data warehouse is data big data analytic, they are the approach data used in the business transformation. There are the many stores, there are the some business purpose, here are the some many applications, the share markets, there are the bankings, there are the some e-marketings, there are the many applications. Data is the very important. So here data harvestings, the companies store the each piece of the informations to generate the during the business operation and customer interact. Here the why big data analytic approaches they are using. Here the big data analytics main purpose they are using reduce the cost. They reduce the cost and some faster, better decision makings to use, and they are the new product or services to analyze to how to new product launch in the markets. So they are the big data analytic approaches. They are the good type of analytic approaches they are using. So they are the market, they are the product in the market, the effective or not effective. So there are some analytic approach is the very important part in the data. There the data is the generate, data is the store, but analytic approach is not using. So there the data is not important this time. So here the analytic approach is the very important parts. The big data analytics help the organizations to harness their data and use of these identities new opportunities that as the turn lead to the smarter business, more efficient operations, higher profit, and happier the customers. So they are the main purpose of the higher profits, and they are the customers the happy to purchase their the products, and there are the some interacts between the companies and customer very easily. So they are the big data here the analytic are using way of the use of the data. There are the many sites they are using the data, the different ways. The here the data decision, data driven decision makings. So here the better customer services they are using the data, and there are the different data decisions driven decision are using to use of the data. Next is the better business analysis. They are the analysis team to analyze the data for improve the your business, and some next is the improve the decision makings. The data analysis in the different levels or to improve the decision makings or improve the business. Here the different types of the use of the data and different levels. Here the technology trends here transform the world over the words. Here the big data. Here the some data is very important. These days the computers are well computer are all around use in the our pockets, on your wires, in our cars or household applications the applicable today. A processing of powers has the increase and size of computer is the microchips has shrunk. We have the quickly become the use of the computers and device getting the smaller, lighter, and cheaper, more powerful and more ambiguous. There are some averages smartphones today more powerful than the supercomputer of the 10 years ago. Here the probably the next big leap in the continuous power will comes from the quantum computing are using the computer that so fast and powerful the could use of the complete new perspectives, the impossible text the traditional computer cannot be capabilities here. The data fixations, data verifications of the world around here, the ambiguous computings and the IoTs, both large contributions to the volume of the data in the being the generate on the daily basis. But alongside this machine generate data, we human are also generate messages of the data through our daily activities, and these show no sign of the slowing the downs. The good news are in business can use this data and design the better product and services, improve the business process, and enhance the decision makings, even the create the new revenues sources. The here they are the data applications or the word data. The connectings are the smart everything's. Now doubt you are familiar with the internet thinkings, the IoT devices, from the devices like the smart TV, smart watches, and smart thresh. This IoT refer the increase the number of intelligence, the connected devices or objects that are the capable for the gathering and the transferring the data. In future, anything that can be connected will be not just in the learn of devices and products, all those that is the obviously the keys and the considerations are the business, but also the space of which we live in the world. So here the farm of the smartest connectors and factories or offices, the entire smart cities, the space of the around in the well increase the occupied in the systems, the smart devices they are using. Next is the AIs. In data is the capture, data is the analysis, and big data is using the current scenarios and the future aspects. The AI plays a very important roles. The AI, all of the data being the generates in the core enablers for AIs, which has made in the incredible leaps in the last few years. The particular when it is the common the conventional artificial intelligence they are using. In 2020, along the smart speakers, they answered the 100 billions of the voice, connected the 70% more than the 2019, all thanks to the AI systems. The takeaways for the business is that as our interactions with the machines become the individual intelligence system, the customer will accept all manners of products, of services, future more sort of AI capability. Next, there are some application area, there are some outcome technologies in the data. They are the extent realities. They are the extent realities. They are the is an umbrella term representing the spectrums of the inclusive technologies, virtual realities, augmented realities, and mixed realities. The axon that the extent realities was the primary nodes for impressive gamings, but nowadays it is deployed across a wide range of the industries where it is being the used to the create the more instances the personalized expensive for the customer and employees. For example, there the customer can now to try out the product in the virtually, such as the digital placings and the new sofa in their living rooms to see the how it the look, and the employees can learn the impressive the interact the new ways they are the suggested by using the some virtual liabilities they are using by using some AI concepts or using the extensive liability the some databases. In future, I believe our experience of the world will increasingly take place in the drones space between the real worlds and the digital ones, and XR is the only going the accuracy the shift rates. The mass therefore being the considered will accommodate the create the experience for their customer and employees. Next, the genetic editings and the system synthetics biological, they are using some data, the very important data in the use in the some biological science and some genetic algorithm. Yeah, there are some DNA structures, there are some medical science. So here the data is very important rules in the place. The gene entities can have the particular advantage when the bad genes are the detected genes that could the encroachment the health of the organism are in the discrepancy. The thanks to new genetic editing technologies, these harmful characteristics can use the theory based alert is these ways the genetic editing could deliver the some characteristics like the power in the fight against the disease, the human, animals, and the crops. While genetic editing tools can be used to make the small changes to DNA, the synthetic biological can involve the stitching together long strands of the DNA and the inserting them into the organisms. As a result, organisms may behave the differently or have the entire new abilities. So here the some gene editings and the synthesize are using the some data. The nanotechnologies and the material science, they are using this here the data, say the big data here, the terms. The material science and nanotechnologies have already given us the some incredible advance for the tiny computer chips, the smartphones and displays and lithium ion batteries, and they are the strength that the residents, they are the some fabrics. They are using some database, some sorry data. There is smart technologies. They are here the data is very important. Looking ahead, the trends could the deliver some major breakthroughs in the electric cars, batteries, and some make solar energies more affordable and the delivers and some advanced there some making the good in the better places. There are some smart cars, there are some smart car, there are some using some all database analysis and the database the technologies using in the base on the data in perspectives in future data how to train here the use there's some electric cars are using there are some energy solar energy just like some example they are the some batteries the downs the automatic they are the battery the chargeable through the wireless there are some AI concept using so data is the reduce the battery is the how many times they are the reduce the powers and how many times to take to charging the batteries there are some based on the data the analysis here the auto machine learning the auto machine learnings the auto machine learnings are auto ml is one of the latest trends in the driving the demoralization of the data science here the large part of the data scientist jobs in the spends of the data clearings and the preparations and each of these take in the prescriptive and time consuming here they are the automl in so that has used the take the autonomous it involve the buildings in the models the creating the algorithms and nature network here the automls is the essential of this process of the applying the ml the machine learning concept models and the real world issues of the you will see the automations, the auto MLs, the frameworks, the help to data scientific in the data visualizations and some data intelligence and there the model deployments. The main involvations in the hyperparameters, skills, the processing components, model type selectings are using the hyperparameters are used here the argument customers interface there the some new features might have the AI agents in the form of the interface with the help of the you and your shoppings that you might be the buying this or products in the VR the virtual reality techniques, getting the ideas about the products via the audios or through the argument consumer interface they are using. The argument customize the interface will take the multiple forms. It could be the argument reliability on mobiles or the communication interface to brains computer interface their chips they are using here. These technologies have the real words, the implications in this way we swaps even the your Zoom meetings might be the replaced by the new argument customer interface. The metaverses that have like to Facebook, Microsoft, and other their companies that creating will be the part of the argument customer interface here. And there are some many applications. They are the futures. They are using some data. There are many application areas that place they are using some data. So here the healthcare trends, the AI and beginnings in the to distress in the healthcares they are monitoring. The healthcares become the more personalized data. They are the wearable devices to geo mainstream streams. Their data is collected. Virtual healthcare is the exploding. The corporate healthcare in the goes the direct. Just like in some example is the medical card. Is the data is the insert in the medical card. They insert the device. The all data is there. The analysis the data. Here the medical term, the data is the reduced in the one chip. That one patient has the different types of the all related to data in the store in the one place. The hospital the collect the large amount of data to use the different analysis based on some disease. So here the some education sectors also using the data. Here the learning management system. There are the many learning management systems that are using the data. Then future aspects is the data is the very important rules. There are some education purpose. There are some audio, video. There are the lectures. There are the some inbuilt. There are some analysis. The data. The argument reliability is also using the blockchain technologies. They are using all is the based on the data. The entertainment sectors they are using the augmented realities and virtual realities. They are the reliability to top digital medias. The industry the trends, the e-sports broadcasting trends are using the data. And overall, the data is the everywhere, and the use is the everywhere. The technologies, the modern age will grow these data, the availability of the data, low cost commodities, the hardware, the new informations management, and the analytics software have product the unique moments in the history of the data analysis. The data with the predictive analysis, the high performance computing systems, the machine learnings, and other strategies have been used in the past.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patle, for your nice informative session and sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Uh, Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rohit Miri for his presentation. The topic of Dr. Miri's talk is impact of computer technology in future. Dr. Rohit Miri is working as professor and head department of computer science and engineering at Dr. C.V. Raman University, Kota, Bilaspur. The research area of Dr. Miri includes data mining and machine learning, and he has published several papers in national and international journals of repute. So, on behalf of Department of Computer Science, Government V.B.S.D Girls College, and the whole organizing committee of this international e-conference, I would like to invite uh, Professor Miri for his talk. Over to you, Dr. Miri.
Good morning to all. Myself, Dr. Rohit Miri, Professor and Head from Dr. C.V. Raman University, I am going to even lecture on impact of computer technology in future. So the human life is based on the following computer technology. It means that our work is totally dependent on this following: AI, machine learning, data science, IoT, cloud computing, computer networking, blockchain technologies, or there will be some other technologies in future. The impact of computer technology in future on the field of medical, there will be a body-based IoT sensor or some other sensor which will detect the every parameter of our body. So it will send the alert message when the sensor will found something wrong or something uh, bad input in your human body. It sends the diet recommendation according to our body parameter. It also calculates the cholesterol level time to time, and it calculates the hemoglobin, BP, oxygen, and so on. And it also provides various suggestions like you need some physical exercise, your cholesterol level is increases, your fat is increases, your BP is increases, you need particular medicine, you have some problem inside your body, something went wrong, you need medical consultant right now. You need some protein. Your protein level is decreases, so you need some vitamin and so on. So it will collect all the inputs regarding to various parameters, and it will send alert message to your mobile devices and will alert you. So it's very essential. So time to time your body parameters will be activated and you will get information regarding all this parameter by text message or some other format. Second, uh, the impact computer technology in future will be on automatic language translator. There are many translators available right now that is based with machine learning. It will convert one standard language to other standard language. If you talk about the local languages that called as a Boli, there will be no lipi. It will be difficult to translate to the standard language like English and Japan, some standard language. So maybe any local language or Boli can be translated to any standard language. There will be some AI-based devices that will take uh, voice as an input or audio. Let me take voice as an input or text as an input, and it will convert your Boli to standard language, and from standard language, they will convert it to your Boli. Uh, you know that Boli is uh, is speaking in some local local region, some small villages. So there are many languages in the world. There are many Bolis. So all the Bolis uh, will be take care of. All the Bolis will be take care by the machine learning, and that Boli will be converted to the that Boli will be converted to the standard language, and the standard language may be converted to Boli. So the person can take care of only one to two languages. They they mean they require to know only the two languages, maybe one standard language, or if you know their Boli, it is sufficient. So there will be a very soon you get a device that will convert your local language to standard language to local language. So in future, this will be possible by using machine learning and data science techniques. So very soon you will see uh, the another impact of computer technology future on the field of traffic prediction and self-driving cars. So in case of human-based driver, the robot will drive your car and takes various decisions regarding the shortest path and traffic prediction. They can find other own route if there will be a traffic on main road. They will find the second part that will be beneficial or good for us. The human driver will be replaced by the robot driver that will take decision like humans according to the different situation that are faced. So very soon the human driver will be replaced by the robot. The another impact of computer technology in future on the field of virtual personal assistant and online fraud detection. So there will be some personal assistant by using machine learning model in your electronic device before performing some risky operation and transaction. So every website and server will be deeply analyzed by machine learning uh, model before performing any task or transaction. Artificial intelligence based software inside your electronic device will assist you whether you install that particular software app or not on your device, whether the transaction can be performed on particular website or server. So it will assist you. So there will be a software or smart model that is based with the artificial intelligence, and that will be available to your laptop, your live electronic device, mobile. So there will be a uh, one software. Uh, right now, we are using antivirus in our computer. They will inform the suspicious activities. So the antivirus will be in a proper way. So it will available in the form of AI based. So it will provide information regarding the genuineness of now. The another impact of computer technology in future in the field of AI-based body camera. Some permanent camera may be there in a human body, which will capture the audio and video information of person. The camera is based on AI and data science. Also, the camera uses the GPS technology that provides the information about the total distance traveled or covered in particular day or month, and also the location visited on particular day. This will be a very useful for police department to control the criminal. It means that it will provide detailed information about your daily routine, where you have visited, how much kilometers you have visited, and it will capture the video of your surrounding places that you have visited. It will also capture your voice while you are speaking in a day. And there will be some constant, and the constant will be totally paid care by the machine learning. It means that whether your camera will be on, whether your camera will be off, some constant will be there. The camera will, the machine learning will take decision whether the camera should be stopped and whether the camera will be on, whether the video will be off, whether the voice will be off. That it will totally depend on the machine learning. Yes. For this is very important for criminal activities to control the criminal activities, and we will put this camera uh, मतलब like Bali कान में जब बाली पैंसठ लगा छोटा कैमरा रहेगा that is based with the AI based techniques and also maybe uses the concept of data science. So this is also this technique is also useful in intelligence bureau. Intelligence bureau है, IP है कोई, so we will capture the every moment of the particular person. It is very important. For security purpose, it is very important to observe each and every moment of particular person. The other another impact of computer technology in future is on the field of AI-based agriculture. So there will be automated operation from the farmer of crop. Machine learning will inform the farmer regarding the government scheme for all the crops and estimate the profit. It means that all the government scheme will be connected to the machine learning app as some software that farmer will able to see the new schemes and the old schemes, on which scheme they are getting more benefit, on which crop they are getting more benefit. There will be some sort of data mining techniques, okay, and there will be some data analytics uh, type of work. They can estimate their profit, which crop will be good for this season, how many farmer are growing the particular crop this season, and which crop is growing less. They can take a decision by supply and demand concept. So in case of tractors, there will be maybe a robot-based tractor that will fully that will do all the work of farmer in a automated, fully automated way. So there is a this technique. This is very useful for farmer. So the farmer will have some electronic device that is based with a AI technique, and it will convert it to the local server. It means that the farmer is able to know all the scheme of the state government, and according to scheme, they can cultivate a particular crop, and they will get more benefit. So nowadays, every person educated, the villagers person are also getting the good education, and they know about the machine. They maybe know about the machine learning technique. All the farmers within a 10 years, and they can use this technique and they can increase their profit. So more impact on the field of agriculture. We can say within a 10 years. Another impact of computer technology in future on the field of AI-based daily activities assistant. Nowadays, uh, all are working, means a wife and husband both are working, and it is very difficult to maintain the daily activities work like home sorry, activities like means that khana pakana, cooking, washing clothes, and bottoms up and these are very difficult tasks. I think after 10 years we are not getting any bikes. It's very difficult to get a bike. So bikes will be replaced by small robot that will work all the works of bike. He can manage all the work like cooking, like washing clothes, like washing utensils. So it will manage by the robot. So and there will be a one big machine like database, uh, one machine that will carry all the vegetables, rice, all the grocery maybe that is used for making breakfast, lunch, dinner, and AI will take this. AI will take decision according to weekly breakfast menu, weekly lunch menu, weekly dinner menu. According to that, the robot will take that item and robot will prepare the breakfast, lunch, dinner from the big machine. So that will be mainly for the weekly storage of item. The robot will take item from that big machine, and it will be programmed, and it will do according to that weekly menu. So today's Tuesday, so in breakfast I need omelette, in lunch I need one vegetable, dal, rice, and the machine learning will also find the number of candidate, number of person in a phone a particular day. According to that, it will prepare for me number of persons. So it will happen very soon after in 10 years we will see. So you can see from these images both are sleeping because they are tired from their work. They need some rest. So their work is managed by the robot. So it will be good. Another impact of computer in the future in the field of image recognition and speech recognition. So audio of person can be identified by their speech, by their audio. It means that a speech is converted into text, and the text will be in the form of sentence, and sentence will be input for machine learning, and we can identify particular person. Every person speaks some common words in their sentences. So machine learning will be captured common words, and also from their audio speech, they can recognize the particular person with a more accuracy, more efficiency. So it will be in the embedded machine learning. It will be, it means it uses the embedded machine learning techniques. So we will increase the efficiency. So these are the impacts of computer technology in future. So uh, these are the reference that I have used. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Miri, for your nice lucid presentation and sparing your valuable time and your sharing your knowledge with us. Now, the next resource person is Dr. J. Durga Prasad Rao. Dr. Durga Prasad Rao is Additional Director and Academic Dean, Sri Shankaracharya Mahavidyalaya, Durg, Chhattisgarh. And along with teaching and administrative responsibilities, he is actively engaged in research activities, and this is really a matter of proud for us that he has given his consent for uh, joining us on this online platform. So I would like to invite Dr. J. Durga Prasad Rao for his talk on the topic Internet of Things scenarios. Over to you, Dr. Prasad.
Morning. I welcome you all on this third international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. My special respects to Chief Patron, Principal Ms. Sushma Kujur Madam, my friend and convener of this international conference, Dr. Anuj Kumar Dwivedi sir, co-convener Dr. Prashant Singh sir. I congratulate you all for this gala conference. I am Dr. J. Durga Prasad Rao, Academic Dean and Additional Director, Sri Shankaracharya Mahavidyalaya, Junwani, Bhilai, and I will be giving my talk on Internet of Things scenarios. So let's start. IoT is an ecosystem of connected devices that exchange data over a wired or wireless network. These devices could be smartphones, laptops, smart electrical appliances, smart office equipments, or any device tagged with sensors. What is Internet of Things? We will be dealing with definitions, and then we will be looking out of the overview of Internet of Things technologies and applications, and finally we will be looking at the sensors. So let's move on. As far as IoT definition is concerned, according to United Nations, a new era of ubiquity is coming where humans may become the minority as generators and receivers of traffic, and change brought by the internet will be drafted by those prompted by the networking to everyday objects. It can assist in the smarter control of homes and cities via mobile phones. It enhances the security and offers personal protection by automating activities. It saves us a lot of time. Information is easily accessible even if we are far away from our actual location and it is updated frequently in real time. Now, the general trends in computing. Well, you might be seeing the trend of purchase of PC is declining. It is represented in pink line, whereas blue line, that is mainframe computers, are also in the final decline. But ubiquitous computing, that is one person many component, is increasing like anything. So as far as trends in computing is concerned, the trend has now been shifted to artificial intelligence and machine learning, edge computing, cyber security, blockchain, virtual reality, and augmented reality. Emergence and rise of IoT. Well, you can see from the figure, from the image, that it has rise, connected device rise has been increased to nearly 50 billions as predicted in 2022. Then proliferation of sensors and connected devices. IoT applications allow retail companies to manage inventory, improve customer experience, organize supply chains, and reduce operational cost. From the image, you can see these all things can be used, are being used as an IoT devices, because they get internet, they get interconnected through Bluetooth, through internets, through near field locations, and many more. So the basic concept is that things are connecting with themselves. IoT wants to connect all potential objects to interact with each other. In local language, you can say to communicate with each other on the internet to provide secure, comfort life for human. And this is an image depicting people connect to things. That is, suppose if you are wearing a smartwatch, then you are connected to the things. The movement of your is being recorded. Your ECG sensor is recorded, and not only recorded, but an AMP solution regarding to your health is also provided, and then they are connected to the servers, and then finally internet, and they are, and your personal records, personal activities are also being recorded. Things connect to things. Connected devices are physical objects that can connect with each other and other systems via the internet. They span everything from traditional computing hardware such as laptop or desktop to common mobile devices such as smartphone or a tablet, to an increasingly wide range of physical devices and objects. IoT versus similar technologies. Of course, we have ubiquitous sensor networks, machine to machine, internet of everything, cloud of things, web of things, cyber physical systems. Now, IoT technologies and applications. It has been depicted in orange that sensors and wireless sensor networks, that is wireless sensor network, radio frequency identification, semantics and interoperability, IoT cloud integration, IoT analytics and big data. Whereas applications include in smart cities and communities, IoT in healthcare, IoT in manufacturing and logistics, IoT in transport, IoT in smart buildings. Then typical IoT components include component of IoT devices, IoT security, IoT network, IoT gateway, IoT gateway, the cloud, applications, sensors, actuators, communications between servers and server platforms, servers, middleware platforms, data analytics engines, apps, iOS, Android apps, webs. And finally, the users, most important. Then we have, let us define something about wireless sensor network. Now you can see from the image, and let me be clarified. A wireless sensor network can be defined as a network of small embedded devices called sensors, which communicate wirelessly following an ad hoc configuration. That means this embedded device communicate with each other through ad hoc configuration and then generate the data on the basis of the connection. And how is cloud computing associated with that? IoT is a source of data. Big data is analytic platform of the data. And cloud computing is the location for storage, scale, and speed of access. IoT, elements of IoT deployment. IoT ecosystem is encompassing term attributed to the 5 general components of the device. That is communication protocols, cloud, monitoring, and end users in the IoT system. IoT application areas, of course, smartphones, smart city, self-driven cars, IoT retail shops, and many more. IoT perspectives covers and analyzes the business markets and technologies of the Internet of Things from unique perspective, combining expert opinion with a focus on innovation. Next, IoT devices sensors. As we have already discussed in sensor in previous slides, it's an application of wireless sensor network. Now, these sensors provides usable output in response to a specified measurement. A sensor acquires a physical parameter and converts it into a single suitable for processing. For example, it could be optical, electrical, mechanical, and where these are deployment and applications used, then used in bodies, automobiles, airplanes, cellular telephones, radios, chemical plants, industrial plants, and many other applications. Now, these IoT sensors can be categorized into stimulus types and signal quantity. Acoustic, of course, it is signifies wave, that is amplitude, phase, polarization, spectrum, wave velocity. Biological and chemical, that is fluid concentrations, gas or liquids. Biological and chemical, then we have electric, that is charge, voltage, current, electric field, which further includes amplitude, phase, polarization, conductivity, permittivity. Then magnetic field could be amplitude, phase, polarization, flux, permeability. Then stimulus types includes optical, that is refractive index, reflectivity, absorption. Then thermal, temperature, flux, specific, heat, thermal, and finally mechanical, that is position, velocity, acceleration, force. Then let us discuss about IoT devices, sensors, and actuators. Now you can see from the image, we have a transducer and again categorized into sensor and actuator, and they are further classified. Sensor is further classified as detectors and measures signals or stimulus, and also it acquires information from the real world. These sensors, they acquire information from the real world. Now, actuator generates signal of stimulus. They actually generate the signal so that another sensor could catch up with them based on their configuration. Now, this transducer converts a primary form of energy into signal with a different energy form. Now, energy form examples could be, they could be mechanical, they could be thermal, electromagnetic, optical, chemical, etc. From the real world, you also have sensors and actuators, and you can get intelligent feedback also. That is whatever work we have done, or the process one in Internet of Things or an internet device has done, will be generated. Then there are certain examples, sensor examples, that is temperature sensors. Temperature sensors temperatures can be measured through pressure, volume, electrical resistance and strain. Applications building, chemical process, plants, appliances, computers, etc. Accelerometer measures along one axis and is insensitive to orthogonal directions. Applications could be vibrations, blast, impact, shock waves, airbags, washing machines, heart monitor, car alarms, etc. And light sensors, we all are very much aware of that. That is composed of photoconductors such as photoresistor, photodiode, or phototransistor. Applications, cameras, infrared detectors, and ambient lighting applications. Now, further sensor examples: ultrasonic sensors, photogate, CO2 gas sensor used for position measurements. Sound waves entitled are in the range of 2 to 13 megahertz. Sound navigation and ranging, sonar, radio detection and ranging. Photogate used in counting applications. Record time at which light is broken. Includes infrared transmitter and receiver at opposite ends of the sensor. We have gas sensors also, measures gaseous carbon dioxide levels in an environment, measure carbon dioxide levels in the range of 0 to 5000 ppm, that is parts per million. Monitors infrared radiations absorbed by CO2 molecules. Then sensor selection criteria. It is basically based on the three criteria. That is economical, environmental, sensor characteristics. Economic means you can look out for that availability, whether it is available or not. Lifetime, whether it will be run for, what is the lifetime of that particular sensor device, what is the cost. And as far as environmental is concerned, then what about the power consumptions, interference sensitivity, size of that particular sensor device, etc. also matters. Of course, as far as characteristics are concerned, then sensitivity plays an important role, range, stability, error free, and all, and recruitment. Now, IoT devices, Arduino. Uh, Overview. Open source electronics prototype platform, flexible and easy to use hardware and softwares. Typical users are artists, designers, hobbyists. They use this Arduino devices. Applications involving interactive objects or environment. Benefits: microcontroller, that is a bridge between the cyber and physical play. Now that is actually very important concept, where I think or cyber world communicates with the physical world. Then you have the balances functionality and ease of use, low cost Arduino C. Then you have different types of Arduino devices, that is Leonardo, Dew, Micro, Lilypad, Explora, Uno. Sensors and shields. Then as far as sensor shields are concerned, can be both binary or on a range. Measures a range of values, vary their resistance to reflect their detection. Arduino sense voltages, not resistance. Sensors that only vary their resistance, voltage divide to provide the Arduino voltage is required. Shields, circuit boards that plug into the top of the Arduino in order to enhance its functionality. Examples: Ethernet, GPS motor, prototype. Devices as good as Raspberry Pi is a very popular device, and it is also used in, basically it was developed at University of Cambridge. uh, as far as size is concerned, credit card size PC plugs into TV or monitor, extensively used for IoT education. Typically uses programming, electronic projects, office, hard disk, videos playbacks. And as far as cost is concerned, it comes between $35 to $100, and image of Raspberry Pi is depicted here. Now the components of Raspberry Pi components include, that is core Raspberry Pi board. Core components include Raspberry Pi board, uh, prepared operating system which is already predefined in the SD card, USB keyboard, display with HDMI, DVI or component input, power supply. Extras: USB more, internet connectivity, LAN cable, powered USB hub and case. Programming language: C, C++, Java, Scratch, and different high-level programming languages are also incorporated. Then your Raspberry Pi sample IoT projects. This include simple programmable network sensor, ThinkBox IoT, Raspberry Pi people counter. Uh, then as far as let us we are coming to the end of the discussions. Then we have certain IoT challenges also. IoT challenges include that is security and privacy reasons, higher cost, technical complexity, integration, connectivity and dependence. that is keeping the data gathered and transmitted by IoT devices safe in challenging as they evolve and expand in use. Of course, IoT devices are much higher in cost in compared to other devices because they are all-time activity. That is, they work 24 into 7. Technical complexity. Many times the configuration does not match with the other IoT devices, and there could be a deep engineering or deep learning concept involved. Then they have to integrate also with other IoT devices so that they can fetch the actual data and feed to the required use. And of course, connectivity and high dependence, degree of dependence is also varies from time to time. So again, my congratulations to my own friend Dr. Anuj Kumar Dwivedi for organizing this international conference, and I hope that this conference brings out something good from the persons involved and the students involved and the scholars involved, so that this platform generates a new knowledge where some group of experts uh, share their views and expert opinions about a particular topic or related to the trends which are happening in computer science, and let us this become a platform for generating new knowledge and exploring new areas, so that it can inspire many learners as good as expert, as good as scholars, as good as students for a new to create a new dimension of source. Again, my heartfelt congratulations to one and all. Thank you very much for attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. J. Durga Prasad Rao, for your nice presentation and sparing your valuable time and sharing your knowledge with us. And the next resource person with us is Dr. Santosh Kumar. Dr. Santosh Kumar is working as Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, College of Engineering, Roorkee, Uttarakhand. Dr. Santosh has published many peer-reviewed papers, and the topic of his talk is blockchain and its applications. So I would like to invite Dr. Santosh Kumar for his presentation. Over to you, Dr. Santosh Kumar.
Members joined here, organizer, experts, and all the participants. I am very thankful to the organizing committee of organizing committee of Third International Conference on Emerging Trends in Computer Science, organized by Department of Computer Science, Government, V.B.S.D Girls PG College, Jashpur. Again, I heartily thanks to all the concerned person related to this seminar. I am Dr. Santosh Kumar, Assistant Professor, College of Engineering, Roorkee. Today, I am going to present my idea about blockchain and its applications. As we know that nowadays blockchain occurs as a major technology which will change the direction of IT industry or every field, every IT based applications. Actually, blockchain technology is used for every type of applications where we have to show the real-time transactions, and it's also a transparent way of transacting the data because everyone is aware about it. how the data is transforming, how is data is modifying, or how is data is stored. As its name suggests, blockchain. We can say that simply you can see, you can observe that there are many blocks. Blocks means what? A unit. We can say that the record. A block that stores the record, that records the transaction. And there are many such blocks are joined together and creates a chain. Actually, the blockchain technology is a technology where the amount of data or the piece or the record represented as a block. We can also say that the blockchain is a shared immutable ledger that facilitates the process of recording transactions. It is main thing, transaction, because we know that the every process in computation is completely depends upon the success or failure of transaction. Every work, as we are executing any program, as we are making any operations, everything is a transaction. And if we are capable to track that transaction, then we will identify every types of threads, every records related to it. That's why I am saying it is the process of recording transaction and tracking assets in a business network. An asset can be tangible, like anything physically that we have made. I have given the example, a house, car, cash, hand, or any intangible, and any intangible things also, like intellectual property. Suppose that I have developed something, I have filed, I have some patents, I have some copyrights. Then in IT field or in field of computation, these are also the asset of an individual or a company. But now everything is maintained electronically. Then it's very difficult to track. Then blockchain given a way to do or to manage or to maintain or track the processing of these all the applications. One line we have written, virtually anything of value can be tracked and traced on a blockchain network, reducing risk and cutting costs for all involved. Definitely, it's IT-based application. Everything is always ready, and everyone can see. Everyone can see all the transactions, even not only transactions, even the steps of transactions, even the steps of transaction. In simple word, we can also say that blockchain is a distributed database or ledger that is shared among the nodes of a computer network. As a database, a blockchain stores information electronically in digital format, like database, but it's much more different from the database. Actually, the concept of blockchain comes in light after the implementation of cryptocurrency system such as Bitcoin or many more cryptocurrencies are available right now, and these all cryptocurrencies uses the concepts of blockchain because virtually it becomes very difficult to manage and secure the cryptocurrencies, and also it becomes very difficult to manage the decentralized record of transaction. The innovation with a blockchain is that it guarantees the fidelity and security of the cryptocurrencies and generates trust without the need for a trusted third party. Now we will discuss what is the major difference between the traditional database and blockchain. Actually, the traditional database, a database is not considered as a blockchain, but a blockchain can be considered as a database definitely. This is the main something upgraded version of the database. We can say that if we talk about the authority, then database is always controlled by the administrator, and database are also centralized in nature. But what happens? Blockchain has no centralized approach. There are different types of blockchains. Everyone can operate it. If we talk about data handling, then database supports insertion, deletion, updation, etc. And blockchain utilize only read and write operations. Database utilize client server architecture, but client server architecture means definitely something limitations. Only we will allow to do only those work that we have provision. But a blockchain is a distributed ledger network architecture. Ledger network architecture means every data is available at every node. Cost, the blockchain is some harder than its implementation and cost. It is more costlier and it is harder to implement and maintain. And one more thing, after few years, when everyone will frequent with the database, frequent as database with blockchain, then everyone can work with it. And or there are so many differences between like integrity, performance and transparency. But the main thing that we have to discuss, the distributed ledger technology. At so many places, an introduction and in difference, we have discussed about distributed ledger. What is distributed ledger? Means distributed ledger is a centralized form of different tasks that is programmable, secured, anonymous, unanimous, immutable, and distributed. Time stamping means programmable means a smart contracts. This is the major thing for the blockchain. Secure. Every record on blockchain are highly encrypted. Anonymous. If any participant performing any operations on the blockchain, then he is either treated as anonymous or pseudonymous. Distributed, as we have discussed, the entire entire ledger is distributed among all the nodes or all the clients on the network. Immutable. If the record is once validated, means it cannot be changed. It cannot be changed. Neither it can change, neither it is irreversible. Or neither it can change, nor it is irreversible. Now, next topic we have to discuss. This is the major part. How the blockchain technology work. Just here I have taken one example of how the blockchain technology works by showing a transaction. Suppose that a person A wants to send a money to B. Then you think generally, when you have initiated the transaction, means you have mentioned the virtual record of that person or the account detail of that person to whom you have to send the money. Now this is treated as a block. After that, the same block or that piece of information is transferred on the network. Means it will try to finding where is this party exist in the network. If suppose that we have made a request for a client having account number XYZ, then it will search everywhere. When it's find the XYZ exists with this server, exists with this client, then it will ask to approve the transaction. That block is asked for approval at different places, but it is only approved by that client where it exists. When it got the approval, then one block that contains the basic information of client B, and now approval is also added to that block. Means more than one block is connected. Then what it forms? It forms a chain-like shape, and finally, if everything is okay, then the money is transferred or the action is performed from the required action is performed. As we have discussed here, how blockchain works. Each block is connected to once, before, after it. यहाँ पे just in step 2 one block is created, but in step 4 you can see here, in step 4 you can see here the two blocks are created. One block is here and one block is here, and finally here it creates like this. Transactions are blocked together in irreversible chain. Definitely each additional block strengthens the verification of the previous block. अगर previous से वो verify नहीं होगा तो फिर आगे कभी transaction हो नहीं सकता. Now We will discuss the key elements, some key elements of the blockchain like distributed ledger technology, immutable records, and a smart contracts. I think I have discussed earlier. We have discussed distributed ledger technologies and immutable records, but the major thing is a smart contracts. A smart contracts are simply programs are stored on a blockchain that only run when predetermined conditions are met. We can also say that it's authentication, authorization, everything. Because if verification takes place, means condition is verified, then the smart contracts that program will execute and the action will perform. Otherwise, it is not possible. Here we have shown everything. What are the components of a smart contracts, benefits of immutability and distributed ledger. You can see here there are many benefits of a smart contracts: accurate, transparent, clear, fast, secure, efficient, paper-free, assured, effective, and trustless, safe, no interruption, guaranteed. You can see everything that can make an application or technology success, everything is included here. Now we will discuss about the types of blockchain. There are many types of blockchain like public blockchain, private blockchain, permission blockchain, and consortium blockchain. Public blockchain means simply anyone can join. The blockchain where anyone can join, but there is no privacy for transaction, or it uses the big security. Private blockchain means an organization using the blockchain for implementing something. Then definitely with private blockchain you can enter after minor authorization. If you are authorized, then you can enter. Permission blockchain, simply we can say that the businesses who set up a private blockchain will generally set up as a permissioned blockchain. As you have the permission, you can get that much. Consortium blockchain means when multiple organizations can share the responsibility of maintaining the blockchain. These pre-selected organizations determine who may submit transaction or access the data. We can also say that the consortium blockchain is ideal for business where all participants need to be permissioned and have a shared responsibility for the blockchain. There are many reasons for integrating the blockchains, like cost benefit. At lower cost, you can get much more benefits, making operations transparent and transaction traceable. Every transaction is secured and transparent, and when and how transaction is performed, it is also traceable. Definitely it's a IT based technology, then definitely it will show high level of automation. It's also show a smart contracts, and it's a major element of a transaction. Now we can see there are many applications of the blockchain: digital ID, Bitcoin, real estate, voting, healthcare, payment. We can say that it's depend upon the knowledge. We can implement the blockchain less or more in every field. Just on next slide we have discussed so many applications of blockchain like asset management. Suppose that asset management involve the handling the exchange of different assets that an individual may own, such as fixed income, real estate, equity, mutual fund, commodities, and other alternative investment. Cross border payments. Definitely we know that the cross border payment always takes in different currency, and it becomes very complicated. We can also use that blockchain technology there. Healthcare. Here also in healthcare, the blockchain is playing a vital role using a smart contracts. Suppose that I am a patient A is contacted the doctor B, and again he went to a pathology to make some tests. Again he tried to change the doctor. Again he tried to change the hospital. Means at every place it is creating a block. And how we will get benefited? Because the outcome of here every block, Dr. A, pathology, Dr. B, here every is his every prescription is maintained as a block, and if it is connected to each other, then definitely when we will go for further, we can give every information easily, and it is very easy to analyze everything, how it starts and at what level is this, what are the medicines he has taken, what are the tests performed on him her, and every information from beginning. Now, as first the blockchain is implemented with cryptocurrency, we can also use blockchain for death and birth certificate. We can also use blockchain for online identity verification. It's a major application for the blockchain. Suppose that person A is given his identification with organization A, organization B, and again he moves to other organization. Then what will happen? The organization A, the next organization will ask or will use their previous record. It means no one can make the fabrication in the record, but it must use identity verification methods. Otherwise, the data may be misused. So, either in medical field, either in online identity verification, either in cryptocurrency, everywhere it is used due to shareable nature and security. Internet of Things, copyright and royalty, in everything blockchain can be used, or blockchain can show a major changes. Even a school, college, everywhere. Just now we are looking, everyone having own account on DigiLocker. And what happens? Everything, every information is connected to that DigiLocker. What is this? It's also an example of the blockchain. Like Internet of Things, we know that the Internet of Things are interconnected of many devices and collect data from many sources, and all these data are brought together. And how it is represented? Definitely it is represented in the form of blockchain. If it is implemented through blockchain, means definitely it will show higher security, it is massively distributed, or many more facilities are included with it. Now, thank you for today and thank you.
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yes, we are very grateful to Mr. Apur Pathak, who is the resource person of next talk, and his topic of talk is demystifying machine learning. Mr. Apur Pathak is working as machine learning engineer at Meta, California, United States, and this is really a matter of pride and pleasure and privilege too that he given his consent and for joining us on this online platform. And uh, one more thing is there that I would like to include with this sentence that he belongs to Jashpur. That is also a matter of pride for us. And he reached from Jashpur to United States in a very prestigious institution, and he is currently associated as a staff machine learning engineer at Meta, that is Facebook, and he have both industrial as well as research experience in machine learning, back end development, and writing scalable code for industrial software. He have research experience in recommender system, machine learning, and deep learning. Earlier, he also has worked with Microsoft as software engineer. And a very warm welcome to you, Mr. Apur Pathak. And once again, we are feeling proud and privileged that you have joined us. Over to you, Mr. Pathak.
Uh, Thank you, Dr. Singh, for that warm introduction. Really appreciate it. Let me share my screen and get started with this presentation. Could you please let me know when you are able to see my screen?
Yes, it is visible, sir. It is visible.
Okay, perfect. So the topic of today's talk is demystifying machine learning. I'm assuming all of you must have at some point in time, come across this term machine learning, artificial intelligence multiple times, uh, in your lives. So the purpose of this talk is to understand what this machine learning is, how it is revolutionizing our lives, and how what are the sources through which we can learn machine learning. So let's get into the agenda. This is actually a very introductory talk on machine learning. So I'm not going to be touching upon any advanced concept of machine learning or anything like that, because I don't think that can be covered in like just 30 minutes. So this is just to kind of give you an overview of what this machine learning is, where did the motivation of this machine learning came from, what are the basic building blocks of machine learning, and what are the several types of machine learning that exist, with some examples. So that's what the agenda is going to be for today's talk. So first of all, why machine learning? So machine learning is actually among the most researched topic in computer science in the last decade. So any new thing that comes into our lives follows this S curve. So you can see there is a S kind of a curve right on the left hand side of the screen. So what S curve says is that there are three stages of growth. The first stage is where the growth is slow, like very few people adopt this new thing. Second stage where there is exponential rapid growth of that thing. And then the stage 3 and 4 is where the growth slow down and like it almost saturates. Take one example, take something like cell phone for example. I think with the cell phone, when it first came in like 90s, there were only a handful of people who who used to use cell phone. So that was the stage 1, like the 90s and the early 2000s was the stage 1 for the cell phone growth. The the 2010 to 2015, this decade that we are in, like that is the decade where that's the stage 2 for the cell phone growth, where we saw like rapid growth, exponential growth in the adoption of cell phone. And then now we are in a place where every individual has a cell phone, no matter the age or the kind of person he is. Like every person has a cell phone, and so that's where we are like in stage 3 or 4, where the growth of adoption of cell phone is dying. It's dying because it's almost like at 100%. So with respect to machine learning, we are currently only in stage 1 of the S curve, yet the applications of machine learning is pretty much in every parts of our life. It's used anywhere from automating mundane tasks to intelligent insights, and it's used in industry, in every sector of the industry. And I'll give you some examples in the next few slides. So I wanted to first give you like this, where did this motivation of machine learning actually came from. So it actually came from biology. It actually came from human brain. So just like if you think about it, like every human is when they are born with their brain, and all the individuals are born with pretty much the same brain, like when they are born. And then different people take different kinds of education and become expert in some domain. Like for example, a person could take studies for engineering and become a doctor, or they can take education for medicine and education for medicine and become a doctor, and take the education for engineering and become an engineer, and so on and so forth, right? So our brain can be trained with some data, and that data being this educational content, and then eventually our brain become an expert in that domain. And what is surprising is that we can use our existing knowledge to solve problems which we may have never seen before. Take COVID-19 for example. COVID-19 coronavirus was like a new unique kind of virus, right, that was never seen in the world before. Then how did we solve for this problem? What we did was like we used our knowledge about all the historical viruses that we have seen, and we leveraged that knowledge to kind of build to create the vaccine for COVID-19. So just like human brain, machine learning also kind of is like a very similar thing. It's like an algorithm which takes a lot of data to train itself. Once it gets trained, it can it can solve very complex problems without needing to explicitly change the explicitly be reprogrammed or change the code. So let's look at the similarities between human brain and machine learning. So both the brain and the machine learning model can be trained to become experts in specialized domain. Take an example of driving, for example. No human knows driving when they're born, but we learn how to drive, and over time, like we become expert drivers. In a similar way, there are self-driving cars that exist today, where we use a lot of collected driving data to train the algorithms, and these algorithms can then drive the car by itself. The second most important similarity is that the training only requires data and it does not require reprogramming. What that means is like in order for an individual to learn driving or become a doctor, they do not need to undergo a brain surgery, right? Like you do not need a brain surgery to kind of tune your veins in the brain to be a doctor. You just have to go through the education process for the medicine, and then you become a doctor. In a similar way, once uh, the algorithm is there, all it needs is the data. It does not require changes in the algorithm. It does not require reprogramming. Uh, the third similarity is like it can solve unforeseen problems by using the existing learning that it had, existing knowledge that it had, both human brain and the model. To give you an example, I think I gave for human brain, I already gave the example of COVID-19. For machine learning, the example could be, self-driving car, for example. Uh, a car that can drive itself. Or there are many incidents in the road that are unforeseen. There could be like a motorbike that could come out of nowhere. There could be like a rickshaw that could come out of nowhere. All of these things are not the kind of data that we fed into the model, but using the existing data, it is able to take the right decisions and drive the car. And then the last similarity is that the explainability is difficult. No matter whether you ask a neurosurgeon about how does the brain work in detail, or whether you ask a machine learning practitioner like myself, like can you explain how does the machine learning model work? Both of these two things are actually very difficult to explain. So that was the similarity between human brain and machine learning. Then let's come to the basic building blocks of machine learning. So essentially, the core of the machine learning is a machine learning model. So essentially, so this algorithm that we build, we call this algorithm as a machine learning model. Uh, what do we do to train this model is like we provide a lot of training data. This training data trains this model and outputs this trained model. Then this trained model can take some data that it has not previously seen, and it can yield a prediction. Generally, machine learning problems are one which involves some kind of prediction. Let's take one example. I think all of you must have used some kind of email service, maybe like Gmail, Outlook, or something like that. And when you use Gmail, you have a spam folder, right? And the content of that spam folder are some emails which are just spammy, like it, maybe from some hackers or some advertisements or something like that. So how does Gmail classify an email as a spam or as a genuine email? So the Gmail must have trained a machine learning model, where they would have provided a lot of training data, and this training data would be like a list of emails, each labeled either as a genuine email. So when the model sees this data, it is able to learn the characteristics that makes an email a genuine email versus spam. Once the model is sufficiently trained, then any new email that it sees, it is able to classify it as a spam or as a genuine email, and accordingly route that email either to the inbox folder or the spam folder. So that's the basic building blocks of machine learning. Now let's discuss different types of machine learning. There are essentially three types of machine learning: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Nowadays, there are like maybe 20 other types of that exist, but at a high level, these are the main ones. These are the kind of building block for those other 20 that I'm kind of talking about. So let's understand what are the different types of machine learning. So the first type is supervised learning. So supervised learning is one where the data that we provide to the model for training, that is a labeled data. What that means is, let's try to understand that with a example. I gave you this a couple of slides ago, where we have two kinds of email. One is a spam email, the other is a genuine email. And so this is our training data. In the training data, you will have a list of email, and each of that email will be labeled as spam or not spam. The word labeled is very important, like this. So this, whether an email is a spam or not spam, is known beforehand, and that is why this falls in the category of supervised learning. The model takes this data, it learns on this data, understands the characteristics of spam email and not spam email. Once any new email that this model receives, it is able to categorize that as spam or not spam. This class of supervised learning is also called as classification problem, because essentially we are trying to classify the data into classes, the classes being spam or not spam here, but there could be more than one class also. So in the next slide, I'm going to be talking about different kinds of supervised learning. So there are two kinds of supervised learning. One is the classification problem. And the classification problem is when the label data is classes, finite list of classes. Like, for example, in the previous example, you saw spam, not spam. There were two classes. So that classification problem. There are some other examples of classification that I can also give. So Google search, I think everybody, all of you must have used Google search. So Google search is actually just a classification problem. So when you search for something, it gives you a list of links, right? The way it ranks that list, the way that it ranks that link, it is simply trying to predict or classify whether the user will click on that link or not. The links which have highest probability of being clicked, those links are at the top. The links which have the least probability of being clicked, those links are maybe in the second or third pages. So Google search is simply a classification problem. Facebook newsfeed is also a classification problem, actually. So for each post that you see in your newsfeed, it is simply trying to classify whether the user will engage on that post or not. So the posts which have the highest probability of being engaged by the user, those posts will be the ones that will be ranked at the top. So that concludes the classification part of the supervised learning. The second type of supervised learning is called regression. And the difference between classification and regression is just that in classification, you are trying to classify between finite list of classes. In regression, you are trying to predict a real value. The real value could be, the price, the weight, the temperature, something like that. Let me give you some examples to kind of make sure you understand this well. So housing price prediction. Let's say if you have to sell your home, how do you predict, the price at which your house will sell? How do you kind of even define the price for your home? So that the prediction problem here is that you are trying to predict the value of your home, and this value of the home will be a real value as opposed to like a categorical value, like in the case of classification. Google Maps is also a good example of this. In Google Maps, if you put some destination, it will show you the estimated time of arrival. That estimated time of arrival is in minutes, and that minute is like a real value. It's not like a categorical value. Like it's like it could go from 0 minute to all the way to as much as like there is no like to infinity actually. The last example is marketing mix model. So so marketing mix model is essentially, let's say you are an advertiser. You are maybe Coca-Cola. Now, Coca-Cola, do advertising across multiple channels. Like they may do advertising on TV, they may do advertising on social media like Facebook, Instagram. They may do advertising on search like Google search, YouTube, Google search. So, how do they distribute their advertising budget across these different channels? That's also a regression problem. You are trying to predict the right allocation of budget which real value across these different channels. So that concludes the topic of supervised learning. Moving on, we have this unsupervised learning. Now, the difference between supervised learning and unsupervised learning is that in supervised learning, the training data has labels. It will have label like whether the mail is spammy or not spammy, what was the price of the house, or things like that. In unsupervised learning, you are just provided with the data without any information on what that data correspond to. For example, you see a pic of Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse here, but the data will not contain a label like that. This is Donald Duck and this is Mickey Mouse. It will just contain, let's say, these images without any label. What unsupervised learning would do, it's like it will categorize similar kind of things into the same cluster. So there could be one cluster which contains all the duck images, the other cluster which could contain non-duck images. So this is like a clustering example. This class of unsupervised learning is called clustering. Just like supervised learning, unsupervised learning also has two types. The first type, which I described before, I think in the previous slide, was called clustering. And clustering is a problem where you want to discover the inherent groupings in the data, such that people or like data points which are similar to each other belong to the same group or same cluster, and data points which are different from each other should belong in different cluster or different groups. Let's take an example. Image labeling. Image labeling is like a good example for clustering. So I think if you use photos in your phone, like maybe you use iPhone or Google Photos or something like that, you must see that once you take so many photos, what it tries to do, it tries to identify people's faces, and it clusters same people into like the same cluster. Like for example, it will create a cluster of images with person A in it, cluster of another cluster of images with person B on that. That's actually a clustering problem. So it did not know in advance that, hey, this picture belongs to person A or this picture belongs to person B, but it just tried to look into the data and try to identify similarity between the data and group similar data points into the same cluster. Vaccine testing is another good example. So for example, take COVID-19 for example, right? Like when COVID-19 vaccine was under development, the vaccine used to be tested in like a group of patients. Now let's say there are like 1,000 test patients. You don't want to test your vaccine in all 1,000 patients, because if the vaccine is bad, like all 1,000 of them will be impacted by that. So what one way to kind of optimize the testing could be to cluster these people into some smaller, let's say maybe 10 clusters, and you can assume that each patient in a cluster are very similar to the other ones. So you can just pick one patient from each cluster and do some testing on those people. So instead of kind of doing testing on all 1,000 patients, you are just kind of now you just have to do testing on 10 people. So that's actually in a way that you have optimized your testing. So this was the first type of the unsupervised learning, which we call clustering. The second kind of unsupervised learning algorithm is called association. So the best way to understand association is, if you must have used Amazon or Flipkart, when you add something to your cart, it gives you some recommendation that, hey, people that buy X also tend to buy Y, right? Like how does it determine that? It like kind of tries to find association between item X and Y, like through the historical pattern. Similarly, in YouTube, when you watch a video, after you complete a video, the next video is based on the video that you are currently watching. So that also kind of falls into this association problem. So yeah, that's all on the unsupervised learning. And then the last class, which is very interesting, is called reinforcement learning. So reinforcement learning is actually you know little bit more advanced than the other two ones. So here we have an agent and we have an environment. This environment, this agent explores this environment, and as it explores the environment, it gets some rewards. So currently, think of this agent like, there are two things in the environment. One is fire, the other is bucket. It does not know what fire does, what bucket does. This agent goes explores this environment, and let's say it first comes to the fire. Now it comes to the fire, it gets burned, it gets minus 50 point. This minus 50 point is essentially a penalty. So now this agent learns that, hey, fire is a bad thing. Next time I should avoid it. So next time when it sees fire, it knows that, hey, fire is bad thing, it gives me penalty. So in a similar way, it keeps on exploring the environment. For some things, it will get a reward. For some other thing, it may get a penalty, and it will try to improve its learning of the environment by just exploration, by a combination of exploration and exploitation. So that is what reinforcement learning is. Let me give you, some good examples of reinforcement learning. Self-driving car. So car, in many developed countries, like even in United States, like there are many companies which are trying to build self-driving cars, the car that can drive itself without needing any human driver. These self-driving cars uses reinforcement learning to learn, about the environment and improve its learning as it sees new things. Similarly, chess, like if you have played chess in a computer on your phone against a computer, the computer uses reinforcement learning to kind of decide its next move. So that is what the reinforcement learning is all about. And that concludes my talk. So in this talk, I just wanted to give you a quick recap. So in this talk, we talked about the analogy between machine learning and human brain. We discussed about the different types of machine learning and how machine learning is revolutionizing our lives. I hope you got something out of this talk, and I am happy to take any questions from the audience if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pathak, for such a nice lucid presentation. And if questions are there from the participants, either they may put it into the chat box or simply they may ask by unmuting themselves. Thank you very much, Engineer Apur Pathak, who is working as a machine learning engineer. And we are really grateful to you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and sharing your valuable knowledge with us. And we are also feeling proudful that you belongs to Jashpur. This is also a matter of pride for us. And I hope.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
And I am pretty sure the students, researchers will be benefited from this talk, and in future we will also be happy if you will be able to spare your time for us. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot for inviting me in this talk. And I hope you got something out of this talk. And thanks a lot again.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
जी.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. The next speaker with us is Dr. Tej Bahadur Chandra. Dr. Chandra is working as assistant professor at Bennett University, Greater Noida. Uh, Dr. Chandra has published many research papers to his credit, and the topic of his talk is building patients and doctors' trust in AI-based computer-aided diagnosis (AICAD) system. Over to you, Dr. Chandra.
I'm currently working as assistant professor at Bennett University, Greater Noida, UP, India. First of all, I would like to congratulate the entire team of Third International E-Conference on Emerging Trends in Computer Science for organizing such a nice event. Further, I would like to thank Dr. Anuj Kumar Dwivedi sir for giving me the opportunity to deliver my talk. And in this presentation, I will discuss about building patients' trust and doctors' trust on AI-based computer-aided diagnosis system. As we all know that the AI industry is growing day by day and is currently captured the entire market. For example, it is currently being applied in the several fields like self-driving car, product recommendation system, traffic prediction system, speech recognition, image recognition, automatic language translation, medical image processing or medical image diagnosis, and there are several other applications of AI ML is also present. Among these all applications, today I will discuss about medical image processing and image analysis, that means automatic computer aided diagnosis system which uses the medical images for predictions purpose and in order to help the physicians for the accurate diagnosis. During and after the pandemic time, AI has shown an exponential growth in healthcare sector. It utilized the medical images and data available from the patients in order to make the accurate diagnosis and help the physicians in early diagnosis and timely treatment. Let's discuss about medical image processing and image analysis in very brief. So medical image processing and image analysis is a branch of computer science that deals with processing the medical images in order to draw some useful conclusions from that images, and that can be utilized for the automatic diagnosis purpose. These diagnostic images are very useful and it acts as a clinical adjunct that has transformed the modern healthcare services. Like it has facilitated the earlier diagnosis, better and more targeted treatment, reduced invasive surgeries, reduced hospital admission of the patients, and ultimately we can say that it has provided the greater life expectancy to the patient. Further, the computer-aided diagnosis system that depends on these diagnostic images provide us the facility to perform the quantitative analysis and deeper visualization of such medical images, which could not be possible by the naked eyes of the physicians. Or we can say that AI has made it much easier for the physicians to perform the analysis, which could improve the diagnostic accuracy as well as reduce the mortality rate of the patients. So in order to process such medical images, automatic computer aided diagnosis system is required, which utilized a specialized computer vision and machine learning algorithm in order to learn the specific pattern present in the medical data. So, as I already discussed, that this CAT system is nothing but the combination of computer vision algorithm along with the learning and inference power of artificial intelligence. Together, this technology form a computer-aided diagnosis system which could help the physicians or doctors to perform the automatic analysis of the input medical images, which could help a lot for saving the time of the physicians and in order to perform the early diagnosis. This type of system could be highly advantageous or highly helpful for the physicians in order to perform the automatic diagnosis process. It can also help to process the huge medical images and performs complicated mathematical computations which could not be performed by the physicians, or it is not possible by the physicians to perform the mathematical computations on that particular medical images. Further, it could also help for the automatic digital pathology report. It can help in mass screening programs like TB eradication program, and it can also serve the purpose in remote areas where there are actually no expert physicians or doctors are present, or specific technology like imaging technologies are not present. So this type of technology or this type of CAD system is highly helpful in such scenarios. These two figure on the slide shows the example of automatic computer-aided diagnosis system. First one shows the CT scan based CAD system, and second one shows the ultrasound based CAD system being used by the physicians for the automatic diagnosis. Okay, now let's discuss about some of the drawbacks of existing CAD system. Although a lot of research have been performed and a lot of experimentation is still going on using these AI systems in the medical industry, but still these AI based CAD systems are not clinically acceptable, and it is not being accepted by the doctors. The main reason is that both doctors and patient are having trust issue on the CAD system. That means CAD system is still not trustable or not giving the robust performance in order to make it clinically acceptable. So what is the prime factor that doctors and patients are having trust issue with this CAD system? Answer to this question is hidden in this generalized prototype diagram of the computer-aided diagnosis system. So any of the CAD system work in some phases. So we have some input medical images. So based on that input medical images, any of the CAD system will perform phase A, which will include pre-processing and segmentation. In phase B, it will include feature extraction and feature selection. And in phase C, it will perform some sort of classification on the input features. And in phase D, or finally there is the optional phase that will perform the disease localizations. By clearly looking this generalized structure of any CAD system or underlying architecture of this CAD system, we can see that there is a no component of patient or doctor's input. So basically any of the CAD system is working by its own. So that is what causing the trust issue of the patient as well as the doctors on the CAD system. So if we could integrate these two particular component, like the doctor's component as well as the patient's component, so it could be a one possible solution to resolve these trust issues on AI. To investigate this integration feasibility, I have performed one small study, which is the title of this study is integrating the patient's metadata as well as the doctor's or radiologist feedback with the computer-aided diagnosis system. And this study is performed with a specific case of pulmonary disease detection. So as you can see from the image, that in conventional image processing system we have some input images, and we first pre-process that image, extract features from the images, and from the extracted features we will perform or we will train some specific models for the classification purpose, and we will finally get the classification results. That is what the conventional CAD system performs. So in our proposed system, or we can say that in our proposed integration based system, what we have done is that to address this issue, we have integrated the patient's component as well as the doctor's component with the computer aided diagnosis system. That means we have taken symptoms of the patients regarding a specific disease and taken some feedback from the radiologist or a specific doctors regarding that particular disease, and integrated that feedback from the patient as well as the doctors to the CAD system. And finally the CAD system will extract its own features from the any medical images. So these all three features together will be considered for the final diagnostic decisions. That is known as the integrated diagnostic decision. To perform this investigation, I have also performed some background study, or we can say the literature study. According to the literature, it is observed that this clinical investigation, or we can say that the patient's symptoms play an essential role in identifying the different lung abnormalities. And based on this investigation, I have proposed three different integration framework that integrate the patient's metadata along with the radiologist feedback with computer-aided diagnosis system in order to give the end-to-end robust system on which the doctors as well as the patients have some trust. So our first integration framework is direct integration, in which patient come to the any if any patient comes to any hospitals, so he or she will first visit the general physiology department, where the patient symptomatology or disease specific symptoms is collected. After that, the patient is suggested for some clinical testings like pathological testing, so we will also collect that all clinical or pathological parameters. Further, if any imaging is performed, then the radiologist must give some feedback on that particular imaging. So we will also collect that radiologist feedback. That means we have collected the patient symptoms as well as the clinical parameters as well as the radiologist feedback. So these all things together are passed to the computer aided diagnostic system, where the CAD system also extract its own features based on the input medical images which is taken during the investigations, and together it will combine all the things. That means features extracted from the features that was extracted by the CAD system directly, and other features collected from the different department like clinical department, general physiology department and radiologist department, and these all features are combined together to get the aggregated decisions. Here we will perform the direct aggregation. That means we will combine all the features together and perform the overall classifications. So that will give the aggregated decision. That is what the direct integration is. For example, this matrix denotes the different features collected from the different departments. So all the values like x11, x12, up to x1n denotes the features collected from the first department, while the blue colored features or blue colored variables denotes the features collected from the second department, and likewise the green colored variable denotes the features collected from the third department, and so on. We will collect the features from the different department and we will stick them together to form a concatenated feature set, and these concatenated feature set are passed to the classifiers for the classification purpose. So here one important thing is there to mention, that is we all the features are collected in some range, specific range, like 0, that numerical value 0 denotes the absence of any absence of any symptoms. Like if the patient is having some headache, so we can categorize or we can judge that particular degree of headache between these values between 0 and 9. So if the patient is having no headache, then we will assign the value 0, and it is if the patient is having extremely high headache, then the value 9 is assigned, and in between for that. Similarly, the second integration framework is rule-based integration or RBI. In the rule-based integrations, what we will do, if the patient is coming to the hospitals, we will collect the patient symptoms from the patient symptomatology department. We will collect the different clinical parameters or clinical test report from the clinical department, and we will collect all the feedback, radiologist feedback from the radiology department. And here we will also consider the computer aided diagnosis system as a separate department. That means we will stake all these things together, these all departments together, and whatever the output of this department or whatever the features we have obtained from the different department is assigned to or evaluated by a rule base, and this rule base is designed by us by setting a specific condition or criteria. So basically here we are creating a one rule based if else based rule that will evaluate all the parameters collected from the different department as well as the decisions given by the computer aided diagnosis system, and together we will find one aggregated decisions using this rule base. And the third integration framework is the weight based integrations. It is very much similar to that of the rule based integration, but the difference is that here we will collect the information from the patients from the different departments like patient symptomatology department, clinical parameters from the pathology department, feedback from the radiology department, and here also the CAD system act as a separate department. But the difference from the rule based integration and weight based integration is that in case of weight based integration we will assign a different weight. The motivation behind this is that obviously we can say that these different departments or different parameters, like patient symptom is obviously having the less weight because the patient can say anything, or maybe the patient is not aware about the exact symptom that he is having, or in some specific cases patient is also deaf and dumb. So in that particular cases patient cannot say their symptoms, what particular symptoms are they are facing. So in that particular conditions this particular parameter should be given less weight, or even different symptoms are also assigned different weights by the expert. So different symptoms are having different weights corresponding to the different disease. So likewise the different clinical parameters will also assign different weights, and different radiologists feedback will be also assigned the different weights, and based on these different weights we will perform the weighted aggregation of the different parameters and or the different features collected from the different departments, and this weighted aggregation will give us the aggregated diagnostic decisions which will be used for the final decision. What we will do in the weight based integration, that we will define or we will apply a predefined weights. These predefined weights are decided by the expert, or we can say the domain expert from the relevant departments. So once we have obtained the related weight from the relevant domain expert from the different department, we will apply that weight, or we can calculate the weighted decision matrix by multiplying or powering the weights with the specific criteria value. For example, if any patient is having high headache, that means the headache value is having value 9, and the particular weight for the headache is assigned by the domain expert is 3. So we will multiply this, and we can also power this in order to compute the weighted decision matrix. And once we obtain the weighted decision matrix, that will be used for the final aggregation purpose. Here the aggregation is performed using three different techniques, that is weighted sum aggregation, weighted product aggregation, and combined sum product score. So in order to compute the weighted sum aggregations, we will compute, or we will multiply the all the weights with the corresponding criteria value, and we will sum all the values. For the weighted product aggregation, we will product all the weight to the specific criteria value. That means we have the criteria value xpi, and we will power that particular criteria value with the corresponding weight. And in case of the sum product score, we will calculate both weighted sum and weighted product score, and we will use one specific value lambda in order to give the weights to these two parameters, that is weighted sum score as well as the weighted product score, so that we can take the advantages of both weighted sum and weighted product score together. That is called weighted sum product score. So we will calculate all these score from the weighted decision matrix to get the final decision. This is our finally proposed model, where we have collected the different details from the different healthcare departments. Like here we have considered the physical examination department, biochemistry department, radiology or radio diagnosis department, and COVID-19 department. So basically this particular prototype is applied for the automatic detection of COVID-19 patients. So in order to do that, we have collected the information from these different departments. And what are the data collected from this department? That means from the physical examination patient symptoms. From the biochemistry department, we have collected the clinical parameters of the COVID patients, and from the radio diagnosis department, we have collected the feedback of the radiologist. That means radiologist is provided with the x-ray images, and radiologist will give their own feedback that what particular symptoms the patient is having in the radiograph images. And from the COVID-19 department, we have also collected the corresponding chest x-ray images from the patients. So after collecting these all different data, we have performed two things. That means we have performed the pre-processing of the different categorical values, like patient symptoms are categorical, some of the clinical parameters are also categorical, and radio diagnosis or radiological findings are also having some categorical values. So first we pre-process these categorical values in order to convert it into a specific range. So we have used the range between 0 to 9, where the 0 represents the absence of the specific symptoms or specific clinical values or specific findings in the X-ray, while the 9 value represent the highest amount or highest degree of that particular thing. Secondly, we have also extracted features like some of the features like texture features and other features like say base features from the X-ray images, and that extracted features are passed to the computer aided diagnosis system to make the decisions. So further, these pre-processed features or pre-processed values and the decisions from the CAD systems are combined together and passed to the proposed integration framework 2 and integration framework 3. And we have the extracted features from the X-ray images and the pre-processed features from these different departments are also combined together, and it is passed in the direct integration. That means in direct integration we have staked all the collected features from these three departments, that is above three departments, and the extracted features from the X-ray images together to perform the direct classification using different classifiers. However, in case of rule based integration or weight based integrations, here instead of using the large features extracted from the medical images that was extracted by that different feature extraction techniques, so here our assumption or our assumption is that if we are extracting that large amount of features from the medical images, that may suppress the important clinical or patient symptomatological features or radiologist feedback. So in order to resolve this issue, we have performed the classification using the CAD system, and the CAD decision is used as a one features in case of rule based integration and weight based integration, along with the different parameters collected from the clinical department, radiologist feedback, and patients department, patient physiology department. So these all three things are combined together in and passed to the rule based and weight based integration, where these two technique proposed technique will give the aggregated diagnostic decisions, and we will get the final result or final diagnostic decision of the patients, that the particular patient is suffering from COVID-19 or not. And this thing can also be implemented for the different disease, but before implementing for the different disease we need to deeply analyze what particular symptoms are related with that particular disease, or what particular test should be done in order to diagnose that disease, and what radiological or other imaging based features that radiologist will provide as a feedback, and what are the different weights for these feedbacks or these features collected from these different departments. So we need to perform a detailed analysis, we need to contact with the domain expert in order to get the weights or appropriate weights from the domains in order to apply this particular approach. This table shows the obtained performance of the conventional approach. That means in conventional CAD system where we do not follow this integration approach, so by using that conventional approach we have obtained this result, that means we have applied decision tree, navy bias, k nearest neighbor, SVM with linear kernel, and SVM with quadratic kernel. These are the different classification method we have performed from the input chest X-ray images, and we have obtained this amount of accuracy, sensitivity, specificity, precision, F1 score, MCC, that is Matthews correlation coefficient, kappa, and error rate. So we have calculated these different performance metrics by using the conventional approach using different machine learning algorithm, and it is observed that the SVM with quadratic kernel is giving the highest classification performance using the traditional or conventional approach. Further, these three tables shows the results obtained from the our proposed approach. The first table, that is table 5.8, shows the classification performance of the direct integration approach. That was the first approach, first integration approach proposed by us, and where we have integrated all the features extracted from the chest x-ray images and all the features collected from the different departments. So together we have stacked these features and performed the classification using this machine learning technique, and we observe that the performance of SVM and other classifiers has increased significantly from the previous one. The second table, that is table 5.9, shows the classification performance of the second integration framework, that is a rule based integration approach. And we observe that the rule based integration approach, which is an extension of this direct integration approach, which shows the significant improvement in the performance. That means the rule based integration approach shows the 96.36% accuracy, which is significantly higher than the direct integration approach. Similarly, the table 5.10 shows the classification performance of weight based integration approach. That was the third integration approach proposed by us. So in the weight based integration approach, we have implemented three things, that is a weighted sum product model, weighted product model, weighted sum model, and weighted aggregated product model. So in these three approach, we observe that we have obtained highest accuracy using the weighted aggregated sum product model, which is the balanced measure of this weighted sum and weighted product model. So in this way, we can say that our proposed integration approach has significantly improved the accuracy of significantly improved the detection accuracy of the COVID-19 patients, as well as it is also robust, and it is highly efficient in building the trust of the patient as well as the radiologist or the physicians. Finally, in conclusion, I can say that the proposed model offers a comprehensive and multi-factor analysis of different decision criteria and aggregate them efficiently in order to get the robust diagnostic decisions. Further, it also builds an appropriate level of trust for the patient as well as the radiologist on AI-based CAD system applications. Further, coming to the limitations and future scope of this particular proposed model, that is the weights assigned to each decision criteria is entirely dependent on the expert domain. Maybe one expert is giving some different weight to the same criteria, otherwise the other expert may give the different weight to that particular criteria. So this may be biased, so we need to collect the weights from the different expert domain in order to remove the biasness. And secondly, currently the healthcare departments are not well coordinated, because these data are not present in electronic form, and it is lacking appropriate level of incorporation or appropriate level of bounding between the different departments. That is, it is very difficult to collect the data from the different departments, or in a more elaborated way, I can say that for our specific patients, if we could get the x-ray images, so we could not get their clinical parameters or some other patient symptoms like data, because these are not collected, either not collected or not present in a synchronized way. So there is a proper health record system should be maintained, and in order and if this health record system is maintained, so we could get the data easily. So in order to do that, electronic patient health record system is required, and picture archiving and communication system is required, which is a next research challenge, or the researchers can work on these particular solutions to get the appropriate level of solutions in order to integrate these all things. These are the references that I have used in my current study. I hope whatever the information I have presented in this session is useful for you all, and I hope this information will help you to build a ground for your future research challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for such a nice presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Vipin Kumar Upadhyay, sir. He is from Department of Computer Science and Engineering, College of Engineering, Roorkee, Uttarakhand. and he is going to present empowering inclusive growth of village by solar IoT technology. So, Dr. Vipin Kumar Upadhyay sir is an assistant professor at Department of Computer Science and Engineering, College of Engineering, Roorkee, Uttarakhand. So, let's invite Dr. Vipin Kumar Upadhyay sir to grace us with his talk.
Myself, Dr. Vipin Kumar Upadhyay, and currently I'm working as assistant professor in CSE department in College of Engineering, Roorkee. The topic of presentation is empowering inclusive growth of village by solar IoT technology. The entire motivation of discussing this topic is that to give you a glimpse of the IoT and solar energy for our rural sectors. They are lacking such infrastructure. That's why the entire motivation of doing all those discussion is that to give you a nice glimpse of the new evolving technologies. Okay, moving to next slide. So why we are doing all those things? As we know, the current industrial revolution will lead to the drastic change in climate. As per the record, I have given reference 1 and 2, where we got information like the due to excessive use of coal energy sectors, the temperature of Earth is rising around 1.5 degrees Celsius per year. It could be go for 2.1 degrees Celsius also. So the alarming rate of this increase will lead to the drastic changes in the climate conditions. As you can see, the climate conditions are changing day by day. We can't predict where we're going for uh, like summer, winter. The time that we earlier got all those experiences is changed right now. Apart from that, the excessive use of fossil energy will restrict the limitation of exploitation of all those fossil resources. So the best option is to go for renewable energy sources, and we are having a great those sources in our rural background. So the motivation of doing all those discussion is that to get those renewable sector in our rural life. And moving to next slide. This is the basic supply chain that we are currently dealing with. We got some like starting with supply chain, we got some different sources are there like coal fields, nuclear fields, and a number of fields are there where we can extract energy. But the main thing is that they all emit a huge amount of environment unfriendly toxic wastes. That is the main concern of this PPT is that. And when we enter in transform section, we convert those energy. And when we are converting those sources like fossil coal energy and nuclear energy and all the things, we are we are emanating a number of hazardous waste. So to get all those things at our comfort level, we have to create a sustainable energy source where we can exploit our natural resources, not by extracting, just by like sun energy and wind energy and everything they are nice and continuous source of energy. They are clean energy. And when we like after when we enter in consume section, we got our final product, and we supply those energy to our local sectors like in household facilities and industrial areas. So this is the basic supply chain we currently we are dealing with. So what we can achieve to our rural sector, because we got some background of these energy supply chains. So we have like, if you like, I'm from Uttar Pradesh, and my father is a farmer. So I observe them like they are dealing with such a energy crisis conditions. We have to purchase diesel and everything, and that's drastically increase the cost of agriculture. So we can go for solar energy. Okay, moving to next slide. So, what are the roles of new evolving technology like IoT? What changes IoT can bring to our life? That is very important thing. Like suppose we are adopting a IoT technology in our facilitating farmers to get their maximum benefit. So, okay, I'll give you a clear story. Like when I'm pursuing a PhD from Madan Mohan Malviya University, and they got a my supervisor got a project from MET, and they have mentioned that the motivation of that project is that you have to develop a platform where can where a farmer can predict what type of disease they are going to form that is going to form in their agriculture field, and they can do optimal method of you know uh, solving that problems. Like suppose you are supplying a water to any agriculture field, and the humidity is quite nice in that particular field. Then supplying of water is wasting of resources. So we got a different number of sensors like humidity sensors, temperature sensors, and there are number of sensors. They can predict the moisture, the humidity contained in that soil, and accordingly you can sprinkle water to that field. And apart from that, let me give you a simple another example for of agriculture field. Suppose you are having uh, agriculture field of 2 hectare, and some part of that field is having some disease. So you can't say that the entire field is got got that disease, and you don't have to supply urea and other chemical chemical resources to get that disease out of your field. So currently we are dealing with a specific area of interest, and there come our this technology like IoT, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. So the entire diagram, like the figure 2, illustrate the IoT platform where we can create such an environment where we can find the disease that is going to harm our field, and we can take necessary measures. We got total 5 components like IoT application where we involve sensors in the field, and then in second part we are having IoT devices that device is going to uh, collect data from agriculture field, and then we are moving to the next step, that is IoT protocol. In that particular we got some communication protocols where we are trying to send those data for real time monitoring of the sensor centric data. And then in the fourth step we are having uh, data storage facility, and this is a little bit of ambiguous, and we can't go for we can't go for a static storage. We can go for cloud where we can store our data, and we can accordingly get our real-time processing of those data, and that's very important. Moving to the next part, that is data analytics. That's very important part where we can perform our machine learning algorithm and artificial intelligence algorithm to predict the diseases we are having in the field. That's very important part. So entire this block diagram show the component of IoT platform that we are going to that we are going to deploy the sensors, everything. This is the basic and fundamental platform that we are using in the field. Moving to the next slide, these are the different communication protocols that we generally use for IoT communication. We got a number of platforms, and all those platforms having some advantage and some disadvantage. Like if you talk about LoRa, that is called long range communication, where we got a range of communication of around 50 kilometer, and the data is little bit fine. We can get at most 20 kbps, some around of data. But the main problem is that the installation cost is very high. We can't deploy our sensors in the field using LoRa protocol, because in the India, like most of the farmers, they don't have such large farmlands. So deploying all those technologies is very hard. Then we, apart from LoRa, we got NB IoT, that is called narrowband IoT, and LTE, and apart from we got number of other communication protocol where we can transfer our data, and they have some advantage, they have some disadvantage. According to our application, we can choose what is most optimum choice for us. Okay, so I have, in this slide I have given the entire comparison of those existing technology. Moving to the next slide. So the entire discussion of the previous slide is that what is the use of IoT and solar energy in our, and apart from these two, we got drone also. As you can see, our government facility are empowering like local youths to get their skill in drone flying and drone for agriculture fields. So what are the role, what will be the role of IoT, solar energy and drone in transforming our rural life? This is the entire motivation of discussion, is that this slide basically illustrate you the application of IoT in energy optimization. As you know, suppose I don't understand, like I understand there are number of people from a rural background, where uh, where supplying water to agriculture field is very costly. We have to pay around, right now we have to pay around 90 rupees per liter for diesel. And if you supply water for 5 or 6 hours, it costs a lot. And like most of the time the agriculture field don't need all those supply. They need supply of water when the humidity of the soil is very low, the moisture content of the soil is very low. In that particular condition we can supply water. And other than that, all these are wastage of resources. So the motivation of IoT is that to get maximum optimization of the resources. And this is sorry, this is done through monitoring of the resources. For monitoring we got number of sensors that are implanted in the soil fields. Okay, so this is the entire story of deploying IoT in energy optimization. Moving to the next slide. As you know, we our country is witnessing a huge a huge or tremendous changes in towards smart city. But in my view, if you want inclusive growth to entire country, village also plays significant role. So we have to transform them in a, like, if you can think of smart city, smart city, then definitely we can think of a smart village. So how we are going to get a smart village concept? So you have to consider a village where you're going to impart some changes. What you opt to do that, okay, and getting a name like smart village is very important to get them the real connectivity of transportation, the real connectivity of network infrastructure. That's very important, because if you don't have infrastructure and data collection and monitoring, you can't have, you're not going to implement a smart village also. Okay. Then that's very important. The most of the village facility, definitely they are lacking in proper irrigation system, electricity and water. And to overcome all those challenges, we have three strategy that we can generally follow. Provide education to the local youths, so they can deploy all the new evolving technology for their benefit, and they don't have to go in any higher city to get their livelihood. If we'll train them in these new technologies, then definitely we are going to get those their skills for optimum benefit of our society. Apart from that, it's very important to get them educated in digital and IT awareness, and we have to train them like how we are going to use those facility for market maximization. That's very important. If you are not, if you're not exploiting your resources for maximum benefit, then you're lacking the resources. So this figure 4 illustrates the basic concept of transforming a local village to a smart village. Moving to the next slide. These are the models of solar application that I'm going to show you in the next slide. We are having a number of different application of solar resources, like solar water pumping system, solar street lighting system. And this is very like we have seen many where in India we got some lamp posts are there that is powered by solar energy. But believe me, we can do changes in these particular lighting system to get maximum benefit of the solar energy. Apart from that, we also can achieve solar grids. The concept is very clear. We can optimize the solar energy, and suppose you are producing like 10 kilowatt of energy, and out of 10 kilowatt you require only 5 kilowatt, then the remaining part you can sell to the main grid, and they can supply where it is needed most. So you are going to earn something. If you're having barren lands where you can implant solar cells, solar power grids, then and if you're producing more energy as you require, then you can sell those energies to the local grids. Yeah, you may say main grids, and they are going to give you some money for that. Then that's very very important for a local farmer. They can earn extra money. And the next part is solar smart tree. And apart from like I told you earlier, the motivation of using IoT is to maximize the energy challenges, right? So we can do that with the help of energy management, waste management, smart irrigation system. These are the some basic figures that represent the solar water pumping system. Solar street lighting system is for visual representation. You can see that we can install a solar grid that can power a solar pump, and we can exploit water for the irrigation. irrigation purpose. Okay, moving to the next slide. uh, the leftmost figure represent a concept of mini grid where a house can install all those solar energy for their production for the production of solar energy, and if they are having excess energy they can sell to the main grids. And to the rightmost figure we can see a solar smart tree. The advantage of this system is that we are going to get a very small footprint that is very important for, where, like, suppose we are lacking infrastructure, then we can deploy this technology for the maximization of solar energy. Okay, apart from that we can deploy solar cameras, like camera for surveillance and all the things. So this slide shows the energy management and waste water management that is very critical for a rural area. In some part of India, we are having a tremendous amount of water for irrigation purpose, but in some part we are lacking that. So how to maximize the energy as well as water resources? That's very important. We can get a metering system that can collect data and can monitor the amount of solar energy, amount of electricity we are convening for that. Moving to the next slide. This slide show why we can go for a smart irrigation system. Let me give you a simple example of Israel. They don't have, such a tremendous amount, such a tremendous infrastructure to supply their irrigation purpose. So they decided to go for sprinkle water irrigation. That is the main part. Like, most of the time our plants don't need much energy. So when they need that, then only we can supply that. And this can be achieved through the use of sensors as well as communication protocols, where we can do a sprinkle of waters, where we can do supply of water when it is needed most. That will that will save our resources, everything. Okay, this is the final slide, and these drones are developed in our Madan Mohan Malviya campus when I was pursuing PhD, and all those drones are developed in our campus by our colleagues and by our student also by our students. And trust me, all those drones are very much capable of performing IoT applications by using different boards like Arduino, Node MCU, and JSON Nano board, where we can deploy our AI ML algorithm. So this is from my side, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vipin Kumar sir, for your such a nice presentation regarding solar IoT technology in village applications area. And next, we would like to invite Dr. S.R. Tandon sir. He is an assistant professor as well as head of the Department of Computer Science, Government RVS Girls College, Kavardha, Chhattisgarh. And his title of presentation is Understand Scene Text for Computer Vision Applications. So let's welcome Dr. S.R. Tandon sir for his uh, expert talk.
Good morning to all resource person, participants, and organizing committee of Third International Conference that is on emerging trends in computer science by the Department of Computer Science, Government Vijay Bhushan Singh Dev Girls PG College, Jashpur. It's my privilege and honor for me to present our research work carried out by one of my research scholar, Dr. Nisar Gandhewar. I would like to congratulate to Dr. Mrs. Susma Kujur ma'am and Dr. Anuj Dwivedi for his valuable effort to making third consecutive year of international conference event. I am here to deliver my talk on understanding syntax for computer vision applications. I am from Government Girls College, Kavardha. So these are the outlines of presentation. I will focus on introduction, motivation, challenges related with literature review, then identification of research gap, important objectives during the literature's review we have identified, then proposed methodology, followed by result and discussion, and there's some future possibility, and then finally conclusion of the our research work. So if you talk about computer vision application, as we all know that today we all are using various smart devices, we all are capturing images from various orientation. So our objective is to detect the images, syntax images, whatever the text which is written over the wall, over the street. So we have to identify what exactly it is written, because it will be a very important research topic. As we all know that in upcoming future of our lives, computer technology will play a major role, and one of them is a computer vision application. So we all know that text is basically written in a natural language which exists everywhere in our daily life. So it is an active research topic, the field of computer vision, due to real world application. As we all know that a modern day we all are focusing more on driverless car, industrial automation is there. So all this area could be a part of major application area of computer vision application. If driverless car is there, no driver will be there, then how machine will take decision to travel in a or during the navigation process. Recognizing text from natural images is still difficult task because of series of challenges over is there. So basically the idea from various existing applications, we have taken this idea from robot vision application. We all know that how robot will take decision in the environment, while navigation process is there. Robot will read those text which is written, and self-driving car can be another application area. So these are the motivation of our research work. It is a very interesting area of research work, but there are several challenges. As we all know that various density in the text, structure of the text is very different. Font style could also affect the research work. Accuracy of the research work will be affected. Location is another important parameter. So diversity in a font style, orientation is another big reason. So here you can see various style of writing text. So these are the biggest challenges for the during our research work. How we will try to read those text from various or written in a various orientation, as well as background noise, background interference is another big reason which will affect our accuracy. Complexity is another big reason. Ignorance of some text part during our research work. Sometimes we try to ignore some portion of the text which is may not be clearly visible during uh, the research activity. So we try to discard those part of images which will uh, definitely reduce the accuracy and performance of our system. These are the various orientation image which is written like here you can see Microsoft research and some other things which is written in a different languages. So here you can see here if you read this text which is written door and beats. So if you read this, if you ignore some part of uh, text, then it will o which is written, if you discard some portion, then it will looks like C. And in another image it is written B. If you discard it, or if from distance it seems like 8, or if you discard some portion then it will looks like a E. So these are the challenges. Another challenges will be if your text is written in a multi-language, multiple languages there, then basically our target is to focus more on English like language. Basically the text which is written in English, we will try to recognize and detect those text images. And if we provide a better method, then it will be very fruitful for document analysis and computer vision community. During a literature review, we have focused more on classic vision, computer vision application techniques, which were known as CC based, sliding window based, and texture based. Another method were segmentation based techniques were there, and especially it is known as a PAC net, and general object detection based techniques or retina net, RCNN, fast RCNN, fast and yellow V4 techniques are there. And if you talk about the research gap, then we identified various accuracy parameter has been missing in already developed technique, like speed in terms of precision of the result, and the existing model which were created are very big, then it will definitely increase the complexity of the system. So there is a tremendous scope and possibility to improve the accuracy of the system. During the research activity, we try to identify and mention some of the important objective of our research work. So basically we will try to detect and recognize text from natural scene images under different conditions, and to develop an approach that will explore multiple real world database to read a text of a different orientation, whether it is a written horizontally, vertically, or in a different angle of orientation is there of written text. then we will try to identify and recognize those texts. And furthermore, we will try to explore deep learning framework for detection and recognition of the text. And another objective is to improve the speed and accuracy of detected text. And the existing models having very complex nature, or the model size is very bigger in nature, so we will try to reduce that size of the model. So in our case, the proposed methodology is basically based on taking image from the database. Image generator is there, then image processing, and then furthermore image augmentation with the 3 different model which were based on benchmark database, like a yellow v4 based model is there, Datron, Detectron based framework is there, and yellow v5 based framework. This is our proposed algorithm where we are taking input as a image, and then text detection is has been done, and dividing those text images into various grades, and we have followed the process, building anchor and box, generating confidence score and class probability, and then calculation of IOU, that is equals to area of intersection, and area of union. If IOC value is greater than 0.5, then it is considered as a V, and then the probability, class probability function has been calculated, and if no text is there, then it will be ignored. So this way our proposed model is developed. And for text recognition, taking image from the image database, processing has been done, data processing, then combination of CNN and RNN, a deep learning technique has been employed, and then loss function is there which will calculate the, if any loss in image, means they, if any image quality is degraded, then there will be a model which will train our algorithm to during the text detection. So the benchmark database we have used in our experimentation process are MSRA TD 500 database, ICDI 2015, and ICDI 2000 dataset we have used during the experimentation. So these are the various results set obtained, and these are the existing techniques. We have developed 3 model which were based on yellow v4 detection, and yellow v5, the precision, recall, and F measure parameter has been analyzed, and we are getting much more better result as compared to the existing one. And only one method is there. Kittler has developed those technique where precision value is higher than our So the result set which were obtained from ICDRA dataset, 2013 dataset, and these are the result which we have achieved from ICDRA 2015 database. So in 2013 database, our system is getting more accurate result, and in 2015 dataset we have achieved better result. But the some of the popular existing techniques are also there which are having more precise more better result in terms of precision, and Wang has developed a model which is having better result for recall values, and for F measure value Jehong is having better result for outcomes of our database model. Our model ICDRA 2003 database, our proposed model Detectron 2 is having better result in terms of precision, and for our yellow V4 model is having better result in case of F measure value. So these are the discussion part where text recognized. We have original text where UPSTAR it is written, and predicted text is also upstairs. Original text is like a ACA SCI Attica. So we all are getting exactly the same text which is originally written, and our proposed model also predicting the correct result. Means exactly it is classifying or recognizing those text in a correct manner. These are the some sample outputs we have identified during our experimental work. So here you can see some colorful text is there by which you can automatically recognize that these are the portion where text is written. So here are the text during the detection process. The particular text has been recognized 100%, and the font style which is, and another one which is font size is smaller as compared to previous one, and detection percentage is up to 98. So we have introduced yellow V4 by yellow V5 and yeah, and a detectron based framework for detection, and considering various cons of existing technique, we try to improve the performance of developed model. There exist several techniques where performance, speed, and accuracy is much better, but we try to improve the performance of our system where we are getting better result. The performance of proposed framework is validated on various database like ICDR 2015 database, 2013 ICDR database, ICDR 2003 data set, and SVT, MSRA, various database. Our model has been tested in a various database for various important parameters like precision, recall, and F measure parameter were considered. So our proposed yellow V4 based framework has a very promising result as compared to existing technique for text detection over various several benchmark data set except ICDR 2015, which is having better result as compared to our model. So the rest of the other for other database model, our model is a best one. We have also covered the various challenges like diversity in the text, variability of text in natural scenes, complexity and interference of a background has been also
Thank you very much, S.R. Tandon sir, for your such a nice presentation related to computer vision applications. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Surendra Kumar Patel sir. He is an assistant professor from Department of Information Technology, Government NPG College of Science, Raipur, and he is giving his presentation on emerging technologies and research areas in computer science. So let's welcome Dr. Surendra Kumar Patel sir for his presentation.
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Surendra Kumar Patel, Assistant Professor, Department of Information Technology, Government NPG College of Science, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. First of all, I would like to thanks respected Principal, Government V.B.S.D Girls PG College, Jashpur, Dr. Anuj Kumar Dwivedi, Head of Department Computer Science and convener of the conference, and Dr. Prasant Singh, co-convener, who organized such a wonderful conference on a wonderful themes to get opportunities of research scholars, researchers and academicians. Today I am going to give talk on emerging technology and research area in computer sciences. These are the outlines to which we have discussed. So in computer science, the 21st century has been technological revolutions. Several highly commercial and widely used technologies from the early have completely vanished and other ones have replaced them. In 2021, many latest technologies will emerge, particularly in the field of computer sciences and engineering. These latest technologies are only going to get better in 2021, and they may even make it into the hands of the average individual. So these are the key trends or latest technologies to look at whether you are recent computer science graduates or researchers or professionals of IT, and how these innovations are appending the established at workplaces, colleges, where the research centers are established. So as told you that today topic is trends in trends and recent research technologies in computer science. So trends in software and services distributions. So we can say that here pull and push technologies, application services. So pull technologies. Now we give the examples of pull technologies that should be very clear. So actually what is pull technologies? In pull technologies, user states a need before getting information. Enter a URL in a web browser to go to a certain website. And push technology, that is a web casting. Web servers delivers information to users who have signed up for this service, supported by many web browsers. Delivers content to users automatically at set intervals or when a new event occurs. And if we take the examples of the push technology, so in push technology examples we can see that researchers know when they are working on the simulators during the research. Same things academicians working when on a Adobe Plus get the message newer version of Adobe Flash is available. Would you like to install it? Research in Motion RIM offers a new BlackBerry Push API. Microsoft Direct Push from AT&T. Application service providers provide access to software or service for a fee. Software as a service SaaS are on-demand softwares that provide via cloud computing are examples of the cloud computing. So if we discuss its vendors, vendor may be a Google, NetSim, INC, and Salesforce.com, and many more that should provide the services of such distributions. Now, one more recent and latest technology, virtual reality. Virtual reality goal is that create an environment in which user can interact and participate as they do in the real world. So virtual technology uses computer generated three-dimensional images to create the illusion of interaction in a real world environment. And during the virtual reality, some simulation terms are there that is used when we are working on virtual technology. They are simulation, interactions, immersion, telepresence, full body immersion, and network communications. If we talk about types of virtual environment, types of virtual technology, then egocentric environment and exocentric environment. Egocentric environment is nothing but a user is totally immersed in the virtual world, totally immersed in the VR world. Most common technology used with this environment is head mounted display, that is known as AMD. And exocentric environment that provide the data is still rendered in 3D mode. Users can only view it on screen. Main technology used in this environment is 3D graphics. Now virtual reality applications. So virtual reality applications, we can see that military flight simulations, medicines for bloodless surgery, entertainment industry will one day be used for user interface in information systems, and current applications are the applications for the disabled, architectural design. Now one more technology and research area is grid computing that provide several simulators for simulating the results in grid technologies, in computing technologies. We know that as emerging technology increase network bandwidth and popularity of the internet has changed the way, and invention do that computing. So computing, what is computing? So what is grid computing? Grid computing is the way that makes it possible to share resources in distributed manner. Grid computing connect computers that are scattered over a wide geographic area, allowing their user to be share resources in very effective manner. If we consider its example, so example may be a just as the World Wide Web enable us to access information in the same way. Grid computing enables access to computer resources. These resources may include data storage capacity. It means that hardware and software resources. Hardware resources may be like a computing power, processors, memory, printers. Software may be any application software. Thus, we can say that grid can combine the resources of thousands of different computers to create a massively powerful computing resources which is accessible from anywhere, which is accessible from a world. Utility, on-demand computing, it is examples of, or we can say that it is a type of cloud computing similar to the SaaS model, provides IT services on the demand. Users pay for computing or storage resources on an as needed basis. Cloud computing provide the platform. This is the latest technology for SaaS model, Web 2.0, grid computing and utility computing. As already discussed, variety of resources can be provided to users over the internet. And real example, we can see editing Word documents on an iPhone. Some advantages and disadvantages distributed computings are there. That is, if data is collecting lots of massive amounts of data, so security is a major challenge in cloud computings. Now, cloud computing categories and the top layers. So it is very important and must be concerted on these things, that who are the researchers or the research scholars that may provide a very beneficial to them. So categories and top layers. So foundations, tools and software that make it possible to build cloud infrastructure are the VMware, VMplayer, Microsoft and Red Hat. Infrastructures are the Amazons and IBM. Network services, the communications components that combined with cloud foundation and infrastructure to form cloud architectures. And top layers are the level 3 computing services, Amazon, Cisco, Citrix, etc. Platforms, I told you that Amazon and IBM. Applications that are Dropbox, Google, Salesforce, Oracle, etc. Security is a major issue, I told you, in cloud computing, that EMC, RSA, Symantec, IBM and managed by IBM and Amazon. So these are the top layers and the categories. Some most recent research area are the hot IoT research field, security and privacy in the Internet of Things, machine learning for IoT application, edge computing for IoT, connected devices and smart homes, autonomous vehicles and the IoT, big data analytics for IoT, cloud computing for IoT, and the wireless technology, that is very useful, and researchers are working on cellular network at the current times. When we are working on the research on the networking field, then various issues or challenges are there. One of them is low bandwidth. Low bandwidth, it means that bandwidth are growing uninterruptedly increasing, but the data rate is still low for communication to both short range and long range communications. One of more factor is shared memory. When we are working on the research, then shared memory is also a factor for an effective network. A shared communication medium is utilized for radio access, and it's impossible to communicate through wire among resources to the destination node. And next one is variation of high and large delay. This is a very critical parameters for sensitive applications. The delay is the main factor that interlinks for various services qualities among the wireless network services. Ad hoc networking, the route is established in OSI layers. We know that network layer and application layer. Network scalability, stability, service discovery, reliability, and ensured for data transmission. Low security and simple to attack. So we know that in latest technologies, security is a major issue in data science, IoT, cloud computing, grid computing due to the large amount of data. So low security and simple is to attack is a major issue. So data encryption, authentication, and non-repudiation factors are analyzed to protect the network attacks and efficient communication. Interference also may be a consider between two cellular nodes are suffered in the data transmission and lost data packets. We can now conclude that computer science trends described above, IT professionals should keep in mind that emerging trends in ID include big data analytics, virtual and augmented reality, as discussed in the previous slide, 5G and Internet of Things, and many more like data science, etc. In particular, every project deal with a novel research idea and is tested using some applications. We implement the idea using the network element simulators, emulators, topologies, and quality of the service parameters. In addition, source code, tools, informations, theorems, and proof, as long as the cellular network focuses on the attractive topics in the recent era. These are the references whatever we have used in these presentations. You can see this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Surendra Kumar Patel, sir, for giving such an informative session. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Asit Kumar Mahapatra, sir. He is an assistant professor from University Department of Mathematics and MCA, Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee, University, Ranchi. He is giving his expert talk on data mining in search engine analytics. So let's welcome Dr. Asit Kumar Mahapatra, sir, for gracing us with his nice words. Please, sir.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. My screen is visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Hello and greetings to one and all present here. I am Dr. Asit Kumar Mahapatra, HOD, Department of MCA, Doronda College, Ranchi University. First of all, I would like to congratulate to all the organizers, Department of Computer Science, of this third international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science, Day-2. I would like to thank for inviting me as a resource person in this e-conference. Now I am going to discuss on the topic data mining in search engine analytics. I'm going to explain these topics: search engine first, the introduction of search engine, what is the data mining, then introduction of the study, phases of data mining, objective of the study, review of literature, proposed system, data mining approach, search engines optimization tools, then last conclude. What is search engine? A search engine is a software accessed on the internet that searches a database of information according to the user's query. The engine provides a list of results that best match what the user is trying to find. Today, there are many different search engines available on the internet, each with its own abilities and features. The first search engine ever developed is considered RG, which was used to search for FTP files, means file transfer protocol files. And the first text-based search engine is considered Veronica. Currently, the most popular and well-known search engine is Google, because nowadays it is a popular search engine. Other popular search engines include AOL, Ask.com, Baidu, Bing, DuckGo, and Yahoo. Next is data mining. Data mining is defined as a process used to extract usable data from a larger set of any raw data. It implies is analyzing data patterns in large batches of data using one or more software. Data mining has applications in multiple fields like science and research. As an application of data mining, businesses can learn more about their customers and develop more effective strategies related to various business functions, and in turn leverage resources in a more optimal and insightful manner. Data mining is also known as knowledge discovery data. What is the use of data mining? This helps businesses be closer to their objective and make better decisions. Data mining involves effective data collection and warehousing as well as computer processing for segmenting the data and evaluating the probability of future events. Data mining uses sophisticated mathematical algorithms. Data mining is also known as KDD. It is very famous. There are many features of data mining. Automatic pattern prediction based on trend and behavior analysis, prediction based on likely outcomes, creation of decision-oriented information, focus on large datasets and databases for analysis, clustering based on finding and visually documented groups of facts not previously known. The data mining process technology infrastructures required. First is database size. So what is the size of database? Next is query complexity. What is database size? For creating a more powerful system, more data is required to process and maintain. Next is query complexity. Everybody knows what is query. If we fetch any record, then we write a query. For querying of processing more complex queries, and the greater the number of queries, sorry, the more powerful system is required. Data mining techniques are useful in many research projects, including mathematics, cybernetics, genetics, and marketing. With data mining, a retailer could manage and use point of sale records of customer purchase to send target promotion based on the individual's purchase history. The retailer could also develop products and promotions to appeal to specific customer segments based on mining demographic data from comment on warranty cards. Now, it is my topic introduction. Here, data mining is the way toward extracting design from data. Data mining is becoming an increasingly significant device to change this data into information. It is commonly used in a broad variety of profiling evidence, including advertisement, acknowledgement, detection of extortion, and relational analysis. However, data mining can be used to expose principles of code, but application checks are conducted on a daily basis. A lot of data is accessible these days, okay, because of increasing computerization and digitalization identified with all territories like business, industry, science, finance, banking, medical services, and so on. Data mining is tied in with finding insights which are factually dependable, obscure beforehand, and noteworthy from data. Data mining is the way toward finding connections or examples among many fields in enormous social databases. Data mining is implemented for finding some useful facts and patterns from different data sources. Use of data mining technique can help to understand and analyze data and information in proper way so that it will be helpful in different sectors. Search engine optimization is also a sector where there is a requirement of identifying some selective search engine optimization techniques from various achieve a better rank in the search engine result page when the example do not reflect the broader collection of the evidence. The mining loop would be inefficient. Data mining can't locate prototypes in the wider data community. If the ideas are missing in the mind context, the lack of examples may lead to such conversation between consumers and professional organizations. Here, the phases of data mining, there are many phases for mining the data. Sorry. First phase is data cleaning. Then second is data cleaning, then data integration. Then next is data transformation and data selection. Then data mining, then pattern evaluation, then last is knowledge presentation. Then first, what is data cleaning? First of all, see what is data cleaning. The teams need to first clean all processed data so it aligns with the industry standard. Dirty or incomplete data leads to poor insights and system failure that cost time and money. Engineers will remove all unclean data from the organization's acquired data. They use several different data pre-processing and cleaning methods depending on the resources of the business. For example, they may manually fill in missing values. Suppose that any person, any customer fill the application, suppose that manually, then he or she may missing maximum data field. Then in that case, that data is not proper data. In that case, the data will be clean. Then is data selection. Data selection. When data miners combine different data sets and sources to perform analysis, they refer to it as data integration. This is one of the mining techniques to streamline the entire extract, transform, and load process. Many specialists perform additional data cleaning with different databases during the stage. This further eliminates any inconsistent information and ensures data quality. So it meets business requirements. Specialists will use data mining tools such as Microsoft SQL to integrate the data. Next is data transformation. In this industry, standard process engineers transform data into acceptable form to align with mining goals. They consolidate the preparation data to optimize data mining processes and make it easier to discern pattern in the final data set. Transformation encompasses data mapping and other data science techniques. Strategies include smoothing or eliminating noise from data. Other popular techniques include aggregation, normalization, or decentralization. Next phase is data mining. Organizations use data mining applications to extract useful trends and optimize knowledge discovery to generate business intelligence. This is only possible if company takes full advantage of big data and collects the correct type of information. Engineers apply intelligent patterns to available data before they extract it. They then represent all information as models. Specialists use clustering, classification, or other modeling techniques to ensure accuracy of the data. Next is pattern evaluation. Pattern evaluation. This is the stage where engineers stop working behind the scenes and bring insights into the real world. Specialists will pinpoint any useful patterns that can generate business knowledge. They will use their models, historical data, and real-time information to find out more about customers, employees, and sales. Teams will also summarize information data or use visualization data mining techniques to make it easier to understand. Then last is knowledge presentation. Here in this stage, finally data analysts use a combination of data visualization, reports, and other mining tools to share the information with others. Before the data mining process even started, business leaders communicated data understanding goals and objectives. So engineers knew what to look for. Now analysts can share their findings with these leaders in the form of reports. Most companies use dashboards or other business intelligence tool to generate reports and extract insights from the internal data miners. Owners use these insights to optimize decision making, generate new business, eliminate waste, and create better advertising campaigns. This is the all phases how to retrieve and how to collect the meaningful data. This is the process of data mining. Objectives to study about framework of document search engine based on text mining. The search engine optimization using data mining approach as well as crawler-based search engine. Impact of search engine optimization techniques and algorithms on the search. Proposed system document search engine design with UML diagrams. Study the data mining tools and techniques for harvesting data from the internet. These are the literature review. Next, here a generic framework of document search engine based on text mining. Here we use a methodology, Buckley. In this methodology, an issue is thought to mean a continuing information required, and there have been various records recently watched for each issue. Some part which has been assessed significant. At that point, the authority track routing work and allocates loads fixed on probability of occasions in non and related important documents. Then is document ranking. Ranking algorithms are mainly used to rank or index the documents based on some deciding element. A position is an association between certain items so that for practically any two items, the absolute initially is potentially position more not noteworthy than position not exactly or position corresponding to the second. Here the architecture of the proposed system, web application, how to um, face the implement the web application and search engine analytics. This is system interface. Here is user. Through user, here input any value. Then agent one key order and key phrase based. Then it is process. Then keyword agent two word sense based. The next phase is context and documents. Agent 3, document weighting ranking based. Then lastly, this process will repeat till till not found the accurate data. This is the architecture of to find the accurate data in web applications. Then propose system document search engine design UML diagram. The unified modeling diagram can be used to define, collect, envision, and record the queries of an object-oriented software program being worked on or under suggestions. For that, arranged program within this study function. UML diagrams include use case diagram, sequence diagram, cooperation outline, component diagram, and implementation diagram are made. First, I use case diagram. Here the use case diagram, it is user. In this use case diagram, first use case, type keyword. Client needs to type in word which can be considered as the keyword. Keyword to have been inputted from the rundown of available keywords from all the documents in datasets. Here, the next is use case 2, find documents. Based on inputted keyword documents containing inputted keyword from the routers, dataset will be found. Then third use case is weight documents. Those documents are then weighted by first counting the events of inputted keyword in a document and then applying TF and TF asterisk IDF equation according by applying document weighting algorithm. Then fourth use case is rank documents. At that point, the documents are positioned using the novel way to deal with the document ranking that is proposed in the ranking algorithm, and then the position documents are shown to client here. Then last page, this is display the ranked documents. So here search input the value for first use case, then second use case, then third use case, then fourth. So finally display the ranked documents. This is the use case diagram. Next is collaboration diagram for proposed system. In this diagram, collaboration plans is an instance of the relationship among software things in the unified modeling language. This figure shows collaboration diagram for proposed system. The client enters, the client enters the word or sentence to find out the important documents. That solicitation is forwarded to text miner operator 1. This one operator 1, which performs the tokenization and parsing and chooses the important keyword. That keyword is forwarded to intelligent operator, who in turn forwards it to text miner specialist 2 to choose the corresponding context for inputted keyword. Applicable context for inputted keyword are offered back to intelligent operator. At that point, the intelligent finds out the documents from dataset containing keyword. At that point, it figures the heaviness of each document by first counting the events of keyword in that document and then applying the TF equation and IDF equation. TF stands for phase consistency and IDF stands for inverse record normality. At that point, the documents are positioned utilizing another technique to document ranking, which is recommended in position formula, and the lead positioned documents are demonstrated to a person. Next, a test case for search document functionality. Here, purpose search document functionality to be tested. Input keyword. Keyword means you can input any type of text to search documents. Expected result, all the documents containing inputted keyword. Procedure, run the application, input the keyword in the text box and click search in search engine. Suppose that we give an example of Google search engine. So first run the application, then input any keyword. Keyword means any text message that what we will search. Then system should display all the documents containing inputted keyword. Actual result, all the documents containing inputted word has been listed. Many links are available a particular keyword. Then we choose our requirement links. Then feature bus next, that is pass. Search engine optimization using data mining approach. Here, web-based search engine, Google, Bing, and V.B.S.D index and rank information. Index-wise, the link will be searched. Information on the web search as documents, images, videos, and so on. The search results are listed based on the certain ranking algorithm, starting with the most related ones up front. Web-based search engines are rated according to their effectiveness in retrieving the closely relevant information over the internet with efficiency. For instance, Google has done a great job in improving both the effectiveness of information retrieval and the efficiency of the query performance. However, with the increasing popularity of social networks, most of the recent research about general web-based search engines have relied on integrating the social connectivity factors into the search results. Hence the name social search. For instance, a semantic social search engine that utilizes social networks like Google Plus, Twitter, and Facebook also. Here, high-level architecture of a standard web crawl. This is the web crawl. Goals of search engine. Now, the main goal of search engine is quality, effectively retrieving the most relevant documents for the given keyword. Then speed. So if we search any type of keyword, then very fast we can see many links in Google, efficiently processing the user queries as fast as possible to, to return the set of documents. This is the process. Then search engine optimization tools, keyword tool, link tool, and usability tools. What is keyword tool? Now this tool is utilized for website grouping, just as for controlling keywords sending sections. It incorporates the tools for keyword thickness, investigation, contender examination, and keyword outer tool. Keyword outer tool are barely any model for keyword tool. Link tool to increase the ranking of the website. Link tool uses link popularity spider simulator. Then next tool is usability tool. This tool is used to test display effects of page in different resolution, different operating system, and different browser. It includes HTML and CSS validation, Firefox extension, and page speed test. Next tool is keyword strategy. It includes strategies for selecting appropriate keywords that should be related with the products, service, and area. Then high duality incoming link. This tool is used to submit the website to search engine directories and find websites to exchange links, import link, outbound links, internal link are some of the examples of high quality incoming links. These are the search engine optimization tools. Next, in this topic, so I use K-means algorithm. So it is the very popular algorithm, K-means algorithm. We defined a centroid classes for applying a K-means algorithm where documents are distributed during the clustering stage. The K-implies algorithm uses the vector space model to improve K-center vectors that speak with groups in an iterative manner. These clusters are updated by taking the mean of the nearest neighbors of the centroid. The algorithm proceeds to iteratively optimize the sum of squared distances between the centroids and the nearest neighbor set of vectors and clusters. This is the popular algorithm in data mining, that is K-means. Then message passing application programming interface. Message forwarding is an innovative way to fix the simultaneousness of existing basic dialects such as C++, C Sharp, or Java. In certain dialects, all strings in a single cycle space target single areas of memory. For example, factors using common state simultaneously. Next is now conclude. This method of data mining is the discovery of designs in large collections of data, including processes like machine learning, calculations, and database structures converging. Data mining is a cross-disciplinary field of software and calculation with the ultimate goal of extracting data of a data set and of converting the data into furtherable format for future use. Data mining is the Internet Data Disclosure or KDD research activity. In addition, it includes databases, data pre-processing, simulation, and inference consideration, interesting consistency calculation, complexity consideration, post-processing of discovered structures, representation, and web updates. In addition to the rudimentary analytic phase. Software search engine optimization is a way to manipulate the understanding of the search engine website. Search engine search engine optimization is thus the approach to allowing unpaid search results to increase a web page's perceptibility in a search engine. The purpose of the change involves different searches, example videos, video search, image search, scholastic search, local search, etc. As all goes on, the search data on the site uses two methods, payment and upgrade of the search engine. The key approach provides data, but a fee should be charged to boost the website search placement. The number is estimated by using keywords. Software search engine optimization has also been issued to boost cost-free websites. Similar with the site spammers, search engine optimization techniques are used to enhance the location of search site pages on most extraordinary search results. That's all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Asit Kumar Singh sir, Asit Kumar Mahapatra sir, for such a nice presentation and gracing us with your informative session. And we hope that next time, if we require your support, you will be there for us.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next expert is Doctor and Professor Birendra Goswami sir. He is a Dean, YBN University, Ranchi, Jharkhand, and he is going to present the Internet of Things from a cloud computing perspective. So I will welcome Birendra Goswami sir for his presentation. Sir, please.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Shushma Kujur, Convener Dr. Anuj Kumar Trivedi, Co-Convener on this third international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science, Government College, Jashpur. Thank you, sir. My topic is Internet of Things for a cloud computing perspective. So let me start my session. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay, okay. And I am audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So my topic is the Internet of Things from a cloud computing perspective. So let us start directly. The Internet of Things is a quickly emerging and a next major advancement in the realm of Internet. It paves the way for interconnection and communication of billions of devices to enhance the quality of our daily lives. Cloud computing, on the other hand, allow a user to share the computational resources whenever and wherever they need them. Thus, Internet of Things enables integration for a wide variety of sources. The cloud large quantity of resources can be immensely helpful for the IoT, and the cloud can need more attention to overcome its shortcomings when dealing with the physical items in the real world in a more dynamic and distributed fashion. So, in order to understand the computing area, it is necessary to examine its constituent technology. This is a understandable the case with a two paradigm that share many features: cloud computing and the Internet of Things. So, Internet of Things as a device which is interacted with the network, and clouds where the data are stored. We can say it is a backend for IoT. Some of these technology advancement may be made easier or enhanced if many ideas are combined. Accessing, managing, and delivering the technologies have all been afforded by the cloud computing. So cloud and IoT adoption and consumption statistics. So basically, for forecast by the International Data Corporation estimate that there will be a 41.6 billion IoT devices in year 2025. The global cloud market will be almost 1.8 trillion dollar in year 2025, and in by the year 2026 the public cloud market will increase to dollar 323 billions in US and China only. These are the report by the Statista. Next, what is the main difference between IoT and cloud? So IoT is a device uh, where or we can say we can place anywhere or everywhere uh, as we wish. But the cloud is a resource usable from everywhere, but it is a ambiguous. So second difference is IoT is a real life thing, but cloud is a virtual resources. We can't access directly through cloud. Third, the difference is compute capabilities are limited. We can't more computation in IoT, but in cloud, the virtual unlimited computation capabilities is possible. The fourth one is the limit. IoT is a limited storage or no storage capability, but in cloud, virtual unlimited storage capabilities, because it is a collection of a huge data set, a data center where we can store a big uh, data in this cloud. Next is IoT is a internet as a point of coverage, but cloud is a delivery service via the internet. And in IoT, we can use the big data sources, whereas in cloud, the big data management uh, can be managed. So we are in the industry 4.0 right now. So in Industry 4.0, the most of the devices are based on the IoT. And according to the World Economic Forum, we stand on the brink of technology revolution that will fundamentally alter the way we live, work, and relate to one another. In its scale, scope, and complexity, the transformation will be unlike anything humankind has experienced before. So the industrial revolution, first in 1970s, the steam engine mechanism was invented. So we that time we are in the industry for 1.0, and second in 1870s, in the place of steam engine, we was using the electricity mass production. And in the third revolution, in 1960s, the computer automation and internet was invention, where we use the user interact with any another user or through any device with the help of internet. And in the fourth revolution, or fourth industry 4.0, we are using the hyper connectivity, where the two machine can be interact with each other, or a user or a machine can interact with each other. So what is Internet of Things? If any device which is connected with internet, and two devices can communicate with each other, then we can say that it is a IoT device. So there are n numbers of IoT devices are invented. We are daily using a smart watch, a smartphone, a smart fridge, a smart car, a smart key locker, and n numbers of things are now invented as a IoT device. Next, we are using the in car, how means we can remotely use the our home from our car. In the same way, we can control with the time of our different devices, home appliances. We are using the smart farming with the IoT devices. And in our daily life, we are using the IoT devices with the built-in accelerometer that automatically detect the fall, medication reminder with a GPS, which allow an emerging operation to locate and provide the direction to if not he or she feeling well, his or her data will be directly goes to her doctor, and doctor can take care of the patient. And there are many devices already developed, like the Happy Fork is an electronic fork that help you to monitor and track your eating habits. It's also alters you with the help of indicating a light and gentle vibration when you are eating too fast. If you eating too fast, then it will alert you to eat slowly. And this type of many devices already developed, like this vessel cup and a smart toothbrush. The this beam brush is a connected toothbrush that engage user with their daily hygiene routine. It will alert you about uh, hygiene routine. And a smart egg tray are also invented, where the minders with your smartphone to tell you how many eggs you have got at your home and when they will going to bed. In this way, nowadays we the IoT are used in the various business like smart city, toys, fitness sphere, customer appliances, medical sphere, territory monitoring, industrial sphere, car, and many more. What are the advantages of these IoT devices to improve the customer engagement? Current analytics suffer from a blind spots and the significant flaws in the accuracy, and as noted, engagement remains passive. IoT completely transfer this achieve to richer and more effective engagement with the audience.
Hello. Sorry to
Hel-
interrupt. Sir,
Hello, hello. Are you getting
sir,
my voice?
your slide is not moving, sir.
Oh,
Voice is
sorry.
okay.
Slide is not moving.
No, sir.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, you can present in this mode also.
Okay, okay. So IoT we are using in the business. There is a big opportunities are there in business. There are various advantage of IoT. Currently, current analytics suffer from the blind spots and the significant flaw in accuracy. And as noted, the engagement remains the passive IoT. Complete transfer this achieve richer and more effective engagement with the audience. The other advantage is technology optimization. The same technology and the data which improve the customer experience also improve the device use and aid in more potent improvement to technology. IoT unlock a word of a critical function and field data. IoT reduce the wastage. IoT make an area of improve of clear. Current analytics give us a superficial insight, but IoT provide a real world information leading to more effective management of resources. With the help of IoT, we can save our time, our money, and the resources. Enhanced data collection. Modern data collection suffer from its limitation and it's designed for a passive use. IoT break it out those spaces and place it extremely where the humans really want to go analyze our world. It allow an accurate pictures of everything. There are various disadvantages also of IoT. First one is security, because IoT create an ecosystem of constantly connected devices communicating over the network. The system offer a little control despite any security measures. This leaves user exposed to the various kind of attackers. The other disadvantage is privacy. The sophisticated of IoT provides us of substantial personal data in extreme detail without the user active participation. So leakage of uh, private data. And the next disadvantage is complexity. Some find IoT system complicated in terms of design, deployment, and maintenance. Give their use of multiple technologies and a large set of new enables technologies. So there are other disadvantages like compliances. IoT, like any other technology in a realm of business, most comply with the regulation. It's completely make the issues of compliances seem incredibly challenging when many consider standards of software compliances a battle. The security of IoT devices uh, should be authentication. IoT device connected to the network create a trusted relationship based on the validate identity through the mechanisms such as the password, token, biometrics, RFID X.509, digital certification, shared secret, or endpoint MAC address. So, with the help of this uh, technique, we can authenticate our device. Second is authorization. A trust relationship established based on authentication and authorization of a device that determine what information can be accessed and shared. So the data should be communicate within a authorized user only or authorized person. Third is network info, enforce policy, control and all elements that route and transport endpoint traffic securely over the network through the establishing security protocols. To with we must means a device without a protocol can't communicate with each other. A set of rules through which this device can communicate with each other. And fourth one is secure analytics, visibility and control provides uh, reconnaissance, threat detection, and threat mitigation for all the elements that aggregate and correlate information. Next, the cloud. Uh, Basically, we can say IoT is a front end like a software, and this cloud is a backend tool. Uh, all the IoT data are stored in the cloud because IoT device have not a sufficient number of storage capacity. So we basically store the data in cloud. Not only storing, we can use the computation. We can use the various application can be uh, used by the cloud computing. So computing is the delivery of different services through the internet. So various services are provided by the cloud computing. Uh, by year 225, Gartner estimate that over 95% of a new digital workload will be deployed on the cloud native uh, platform, up from 30% in 21. It is a old information. Next, what is the cloud computing? So cloud computing is uh, services over internet. uh, uh, Cloud computing is a set of services according to the IDG. 69% of business are already be using the cloud technology in one capacity or another. So basically, there are three, four type of clouds are there. First one is public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud, and community cloud. Public cloud, like email, we are creating a email in a free of cost, and we storing our data with the help of this cloud. So private cloud, where we can purchase the storage and computational area, or not only computational, we can store, or we can purchase the network networking and all the network devices uh, from the cloud. And third one is the hybrid cloud. It is a combination of public and private cloud, or and fourth one is a community cloud. Community cloud is a group of cloud or group of companies, you can say, where the company can create their on their own interest and make a community cloud. So there are basically four type of cloud: public, private, hybrid, and community cloud. And in cloud computing, the tools, or we can say the features, are like application. We can use the different application. We can use like MS Office is there, Office 365 is there. In the same way, there are various database where we can store the data. Uh, we can access our mobile. We can store a huge amount of data, or store data in cloud. And there are different servers. There are data center where we can store a huge data set. Next, cloud services. There are basically three cloud services are there. First one is software as a service, where we can use the application. We can using the email and various applications through this SaaS, software as a service. Second one is a platform as a service, where we are using the platform like a operating system, uh, mm, uh, like a API. And third is a infrastructure as service. In infrastructure, we can use the internet or all the hardwares and devices. So there are three type of main services are there on cloud. We can opt all these three services, or we can opt anyone as we required. The cloud computing services are broken down into three distinct categories. So these are the three categories. And Internet of Things, we have already discussed that it about a connected device system and the things. Uh, Gartner estimated 25 billion connection devices by the year 2025. So these are the challenges on IoT cloud. So in IoT cloud, the challenges, the current security challenges for IoT that need to sort out. So first one is the security, updation, automation, and privacy issues, encryption capabilities, data integrities. So these are the common uh, framework. So these are the different challenges uh, on IoT cloud. Along with the exponential growth of connected devices, each thing of IoT is communicate the packets of the data that require a reliable connectivity, storage, and security. So there is a packet through which the data are moved from one devices to another. So next, we skip this. Next is the three fundamental capability must be proven by the cloud backend: the distribution of data, scalable storage, service for processing. For IoT and cloud, why they must be integrated? Why we can integrate these two different technologies? IoT we have already discussed, but the IoT and the cloud have had a separate evolution. However, there are a number of shared benefits that result from their integration that have been noted in the literature and are anticipated in the future. On on the other hand, IoT may take use of cloud almost limitless capabilities and resource to make up for its technical limitation, such as storage, processing, and energy. So these are the different devices which are connected through internet, and the data are stored in the cloud, uh, uh, like our smart TV, smart watch, smart home, smart city. So these are all the data, used data are stored in the cloud data center. Key issues with the cloud-based IoT are stable internet connection necessary. Second, extremely long, uh, longer, up, predictable, and third one is standardization, concerned about the securities and privacy, demand for a high uplinking bandwidth, no in network aggregation or filtering. So these are the different attacks which are uh, held in the different years. So these are the report of the different years. Uh, Due to lack of time, we are skipping this slide. Next, so cloud-based IoT is a context. So these all devices of IoT we can communicate, or um, uh, the data and information are storing in the cloud data center via the network, and all the computation are also done in the cloud server. So finally, the conclusion is what IoT space, the cloud has a several benefit to provide, such as the flexibility on demand, resource availability, quick and dependent network, and a wide range of hosted services that are ready for use. The widespread use of cloud computing in the current system make it advantage clear, but the fundamental drawback is that the cloud data center are frequently located far from the data procedure and consumer. So data center may be deployed in any other country, and that is very far from the resources. So second one is a cloud computing is employed by the variety of business, not just those with a social media focus. The engineering use of cloud computing are expanding as well, particularly in the area of IoT for a residential, commercial, and industrial application. Devices, memory, and the sensors based on the microcontroller and getting cheaper all the time. The processors are improving in speed and dependability at the same time. These make it clear that as more business make a significant investment in this area, the use of cloud computing in engineering based applications should be increased significantly over the next few years. This study has made the argument that one of the main obstacles preventing the general public from accepting the IoT at this time is the security. The scientists believe that before IoT system can be widely adopted, additional study must be done in this area to make them completely secure. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice lucid presentation. And um on behalf of organizing committee of this third international e-conference, I would like to uh, thank you for sharing your valuable knowledge and sparing your time with us. And
Thank you, sir.
I am pretty sure that the participants and those who are uh, who have joined us on the YouTube live, they all will be benefited from your lecture. and in future too, we will be happy to invite you. And thank you again very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any question is there?
If questions are there from the participant, yeah.
No, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
The next presentation is from the Piyush Raja. Piyush Raja is a research scholar at College of Engineering, Roorkee, Uttarakhand. And the topic of his talk is attacks and security challenges in WSNS. Over to you, Mr. Raja.
I am Piyush Raja, Assistant Professor, College of Engineering, Roorkee, Uttarakhand. My topic is attacks and security challenges in wireless sensor network. These are the outline of my paper. First of all, I will discuss about the introduction of the paper. Second one, the characteristic of wireless sensor network. Third one is why is security so important in wireless sensor network. What are the different attacks and what are their prevention mechanism? Summary, conclusion, and then references. The introduction of the paper. Sensors are the primary tool of wireless sensor network, which is perception with the aid of a wireless network for information transmission. Sensors can be efficiently perceive the environment outside and then be used to suit user demands. Because wireless sensor networks are backed by highly sophisticated content and complicated structures, it is important to pay attention to their security because the response of a security breach are bottomless. Wireless sensor networks are essential to the growth of the IoT, that is Internet of Things, and they are intimately linked to people capacity to interact swiftly. These are the characteristics of wireless sensor network. First one is power consumption limitation for sensor node, ability to cope with failures of nodes, mobility of nodes, heterogeneity of nodes, homogeneity of nodes, ability to deploy on a large scale, capacity to survive drastic environment condition, helps to use easily. Why is security so important in wireless sensor network? There are many reasons for this. To start, the fundamental notion of the transmission channel renders wireless sensor network liable to security attacks. Additionally, hubs are often placed in hostile or dangerous situations where they are completely protected, adding to wireless sensor network exposure. It is possible to categorize attacks on wireless sensor network from two different degrees of viewpoints. First one is an attack on security system and second one is an attack on essential tools. These are the different attacks. First is denial of service DOS. Second one is the wormhole attacks. Next is the civil attack, selective forwarding attack, sinkhole attacks, passive information gathering, node capturing, false or malicious node, hello flood attacks. And shamefulness at the organized layer. Contempt and greed, confusion, homing, and black openings, and hateful flooding, as well as asynchronization at the transport layer, are all possible dot attacks. Next is the wormhole attack. The wormhole attack, one hub in the system, the sender influences another hub in the system. At the moment, the receiving hub attempts to communicate with its neighbors. The message is to attempt to be transmitted to the starting hub because the adjacent hub believe it was sent from the sender hub, but it never arrives since it is too far away. Wormhole attacks are a serious threat to wireless sensor networks since they may have happened even the beginning of the system when the sensors are only starting to find nearby data. Wormhole attacks don't even need a sensors to be compromised. Wormhole attacks are difficult to prevent because steering data provided by a hub is difficult to verify. Next attack is selective forwarding attack. The sensor network trusts on repeated forwarding via broadcast for message to spread or travel across the network. A selective forwarding attack occurs when some or specific nodes decide to send many of the messages and they receive. The sync hole attack. Sync attacks essentially function by making the compromised node seem particularly desirable to neighboring nodes in terms of the routing algorithm. Because it is impossible to validate routing information given by a node, sinkhole attacks are difficult to defend against. Next attack is passive information gathering. In this attack, a perfectly dominant receiver and a well-designed antenna and intruder may easily intercept the information stream. A person will notice the application of the specific message content, such as message IDs, timestamps, and other fields, in addition to the position of sensor nodes via message interception that contains the material location of the nodes. The next attack is node capturing. An enemy may seize a specific sensor and gain the data it contains. The next attack is false or malicious node. The introduction of false facts into the network is primary cause of these assaults. The last attack is hello flood attacks. The Hello Flood assaults may be started by a node that broadcasts a hello packet extremely loudly, making a larger number of nodes in the network, even those far away, favor it as the parent. The need for multi-hop routing of the all data to this parent grows the transmission. These are the prevention mechanisms. The protection against each of the above mentioned assaults are highlighted in this section. It should be noted that if I were to mention every preventive step, the list would be quite lengthy. As a result, there are not many solutions on the list. Denial of service, DOS prevention, the bomb hole attack prevention, the civil attack prevention, selecting forwarding attack prevention, sinkhole attack prevention, passive information gathering prevention, node capturing prevention, false or malicious node prevention, hello flood attack prevention. DOS prevention. Payment for the network resources, robust verification rejection, and the traffic identification are some of the defenses against DOS assaults. This approach makes sure that an attacker cannot take over a continuous programs even if he's aware the hashing algorithm. This is due to almost impossibility of creating a message that matches the hash identified in the previous old message. The process or action is formally begin by the digitally signed advertising that includes the program name, version number, and model of the first message. Existing encryption and authentication system may be used to defeat many threats, while other methods such as recognizing jamming assaults can notify also managers of active attacks or activate measuring to save energy on harm devices. The chain, a positive course display based on the structure of a dynamic tree with the base station as the root center and the center a sensor center as the internal or external site center is the important component in wormhole attack prevention. The sin is that it doesn't include any standard operating procedures regarding the sensor center point for gathering information and doesn't use the time squares of the wrapping to recognize wormhole abuses, which is typically crucial for the stock watched nature of the sensor center points. Next is civil prevention. The main premises is quite straightforward. Prior to connection, the contact server strategy distributes various single data to each sensor center point. When the time comes, servers create a character authentication that limits the character of the current center to the assigned noble data and download into the center. A center must first demonstrate its support for character before demonstrating that it possesses or has arranged the necessary distinctive facts in order to consistently draw attention to its assertion. The Merkle has trees may be used as fundamental approaches for verifying uniqueness enrollments. The selective forwarding attack prevention. Selective forwarding attack of the kind may be thwarted by multipath or routing. The communication in retreat via pathways with completely disconnected nodes are restricted against the forwarding attacks involving at most compromised nodes. Giving nodes are freedom to actively pick a packet's next hop from a pool of viable options will help to further lower that a challenger will successfully take over a data flow. Next is sinkhole attacks prevention. Geographic routing protocols are a class of protocols that are resistant to these sort of assaults. And they are extremely difficult to defend against. Geographic protocols build a topology on demand utilizing just localized interaction and without base station initiation. Next one is passive information gathering prevention. In this prevention, a strong encryption methods must be utilized in order to reduce or eliminate the coercive effects of passive information data collection. Next one is node capture prevention. We need to devise a plan to omit a certain node if it is hacked or impacted. The leap helps to tackle this problem. For the purpose of validating inter-node communication, leap is a capable protocol. This technique is based on a key distribution strategy that permits network processing while also mitigating a number of potential threats. Next one is false or malicious node prevention. The steering layer itself has to be examined for this attack. The scope of this study does not include information or defenses against fake node attacks. And last one is hello flat attacks prevention. This may be avoided by making sure a connection is bidirectional, uh, which will ensure that nodes can reach their parent within a single hop. Then the conclusion part. Due to many security critical uses of wireless sensor network, safety is fittingly a key concern. As a result, recent years have seen a lot of focus on wireless sensor network safety. It is very difficult to establish strict security regulation while also keeping cost low due to distinctive characteristic of wireless sensor network. In this study, we set up sensor networks and discussed how they relate to security issues, hazard, and characteristic. Still a highly promising area of study. Network security for wireless sensor network has to be further investigated. And these are the references. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Piyush Raja, for your nice presentation. Now, next presentation is of Chandrachud Anand. He is a research scholar at Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, India. The topic of his presentation is network intrusion detection system using machine learning algorithm. So, I would like to invite Chandrachud Anand.
Good morning, respected sir and ma'am, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to quickly introduce myself. This is Chandrachud Anand, and I am presenting this to explain my research work in the field of network intrusion detection system, supervised by Dr. Atul Tripathi sir, who is Assistant Professor of Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari. The topic of the research is network intrusion detection system using machine learning models. Coming to the introduction section, we are living in the era of networks, and internet has become an important part of our life. Nowadays, everything we performed through internet, like use of social media, social networking, business, entertainment, education, and so many other things. Besides these many benefits, expansion of network also has disadvantage. It leaves us more vulnerable towards attack. Attack is defined as any action that compromise the confidentiality and integrity of the system. Nowadays, network security has becoming a major challenge for researchers. So to stop potential threat on internet, intrusion detection systems are used. Coming to the next slide. Now, what is intrusion detection system? It is a piece of hardware or software that monitors network traffic for indications of intrusion. It is a set of techniques which are used for detecting abnormal behavior on network. Based on the assumptions that the behavior of intruder is different from normal user. It is also capable of detecting malicious activities that cannot be detected by firewalls. It provides us a proactive approach like an alarm whenever any suspicious activity is discovered. If any suspicious activity is coming to the network, then alarm goes on and the IT team escalate such activities for the further action. So intrusion detection system are categorized into two parts. One is signature based intrusion detection and another one is anomaly based intrusion detection. Anomaly intrusion detection system is capable of detecting new unknown threats. It also used for detecting the attacks which are not matching in the pattern. Like if we set any pattern for detecting malicious activity, malicious data, and if any attack or if any suspicious data is coming to the network which is not matching with the set pattern, existing pattern, then those such type of attack we can actually detect with the use of anomaly based intrusion detection. Coming to the next slide, which is literature review. So I have extensively reviewed many research papers from many online research sources. However, I found that there is a gap in those researches which are using two data set, that is training and testing data set. So we have proposed in this paper the third data set, which is validation data set, which provides opportunity to developers to improve the data quality and quantity. We have also proposed a framework to implement the model. Coming to the next slide, which is machine learning algorithm. Since our topic is network intrusion detection system using machine learning models, so we have used three models, machine learning models, which are support vector machine, decision tree, and random forest. So suppose support vector machine deals with two class problem. It is also used to find the optimal hyperplane between the classes, where optimal is defined as the maximal margin between the classes and the hyperplane. And the margin is the distance between the hyperplane and the closest data point in any given hyperplane. Kernel functions are also used to non-linearly translate the data to a higher dimensional feature space in order to address the problem. SVM has a drawback, and the drawback is like it is more computationally expensive than other machine learning models. Also, it is very less prone to overfitting. Whereas decision tree is a powerful and popular tool for classification and prediction. Decision tree model, which uses a tree-like structure to classify the sample. It can make the feature selection easier, and the decision tree model is most used models for the intrusion detection area, since it provides a good accuracy. Also, it is a very simple to train the model. Whereas a random forest is an ensemble classifier. It uses different parameters with single training method. Also, multiple decision tree are used in the random forest while overfitting the issues and sensitivity to the dataset noise. Coming to the problem statement and objective section, if any new threats approaches to the network, software-based security system cannot provide promising security. Also, if any malicious data contains in the training data itself, then system will consider as a normal behavior. It will not consider as a malicious behavior. Also, like since we will train the model on a particular data set, and in that data set, like if in the future, if any new suspicious data will be treated as attack, then the trained model will not recognize that attack. It will recognize as a normal data. So we have to basically retrain our model, so that we have to retrain the model to identify those suspicious data as an attack. The objective of this research paper is that like we have applied a machine learning models on intrusion detection system dataset for anomaly detection. We have performed comparison of accuracy of support vector machine, decision tree, and random forest. For the programming language, I have used R programming language, which is written over the R Studio tool. In this research paper, the network intrusion detection dataset has been used, which is taken from Kaggle website. Coming to the next slide, the framework of model which we have designed in this paper. So here is the flow chart which will describe the framework. And here like we have after downloading the network intrusion detection data set from Kaggle, we have split those data set into two parts, which is train data set and test data set. And further, we have splitted the train data set into two parts, that is training data and validation data. Then we perform the data pre-processing and perform imputation, which comes under data pre-processing. After that, on the pre-processed training data, we have created different plots to identify the relationship between variables. And then we will do the feature selection. After doing feature selection, fit the model on training data, and then use the model to predict the data on the validation data set. If the accuracy is higher, then it's fine. If not, then we will go again to do the feature selection. And once the feature selection will be done, then we will prune the model using optimal CP value. And then again, we will use that model to predict the data on the validation data set. If the accuracy is higher, then it's fine. If not, then we will reiterate that loop until or unless we get the higher accuracy. Once we get the higher accuracy, that model will be considered as a final model. And then based on that final model, we will apply the testing. We will apply the final model on the testing data set to testing data set for the using the final model. So once the final model is ready, we will show the result, and on the testing data set, we'll save the prediction and save it. So this is our overall flow chart of the new framework. Coming to the next section, which is experiment and result. So we have applied 3 models on the data set, which gives us values, accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score. So these are the measurements which we have done using these models. So on the network intrusion detection data set, support vector machine has provided 0.9524 accuracy, precision 0.9006, recall 0.994, F1 score 0.9474. Whereas decision tree has provided 0.9681 accuracy, 0.9556 precision, and the recall value is 0.977, and the F1 score is 0.9662. And the random forest provides the accuracy 0.9976, precision 0.9956, recall value 0.9994, and F1 score is 0.9975. So after applying these models, random forest provides us higher accuracy, which is 0.9976. Below are the now in the next slide, I'll show the graphical representation of model comparison. So here is the graphical representation where we have shown the results over the with the help of graph, and here the accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score have been shown over here for those all 3 models. In the next slide, for this pictorial representation is clearly explaining that random forest has did a good job and has given a higher accuracy. Coming to the conclusion part, so in this paper we have proposed a new framework to perform the machine learning models on network intrusion detection dataset. This new framework has introduction of validation dataset, which will be used for prediction using the final model. We have performed 3 models in this paper, which are support vector machine, decision tree, random forest. We have added a feature where validation dataset containing new categories which are not available in the original dataset. Then we have handled those categories in this paper. Also, we have compared the performance of model results and found that random forest is showing higher accuracy on network intrusion detection dataset. The future scope of this paper is that we can train many more machine learning models on this dataset to get better accuracy. Also, we can implement this framework to train the model on the multiple dataset. Here are few references which I have gone through while working on the paper. That
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandrachud Anand, for your nice presentation. And now the next resource person is Mr. Navneet Kumar Pandey. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Pandey is working as principal software engineer at Kobler, Oslo, Norway. The topic of his talk is let's explore challenges in making application like ChatGPT, most powerful AI engine ever built. Mr. Navneet Pandey did his MCA from Guru Ghasidas University, Bilaspur, and thereafter he moved to IIT Delhi for his MS research from Department of Computer Science, IIT Delhi. During his master's program, he published several peer-reviewed papers, and also he was awarded with Best Student Paper Award at conferences held in Spain and sponsored by Nokia. Later on, he joined in Intel and Amazon at India and then USA. After gaining some working experience, he joined University of Oslo as a research scholar, and he completed his internship in University of Toronto. He has published many peer-reviewed papers in national and international journals of repute and different conferences held over different parts of the world. And Mr. Navneet Pandey is part of one of the startup in Oslo, Norway, where his team is working on developing contextual advertising, which is new paradigm of privacy aware advertisement. And the product of his team is becoming successful in Norway, and now they are launching it in Sweden, and soon it will be launched in Germany and France. And for this, best wishes, sir. And on this online platform, I would like to invite for your lecture, and on behalf of this organizing committee and Department of Computer Science of this college, we are feeling proud and privileged that you gave your consent and you are sparing your valuable time. Thank you very much, sir, and over to you, sir, for your lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. So I was bit more update. So the company where I was working, Cobbler, it has become like top competitor of Google in the Nordic markets, basically in Norway, Sweden, and Belgium, now in Denmark as well, and it's already moving to Germany. So it's a big company, but I moved to another company because of the one interesting work I found, which is complementing to that one. So I'm still I have shares, and I'm still like sort of like founding member of the previous startup at the Cobbler. But bit update that I'm working little different things than now that what OpenAI, founded by Elon Musk, none other than that, because he's a he's quite a person who likes to disturb the what to say, the current state of art. So uh, he he made Tesla when there was very few electrical car, and he made like most reliable electrical car at that moment of time. So he is now like OpenAI. He had the envision, and then the product is finally sort of like ready for beta testing. The ChatGPT. ChatGPT is more or less like Google in a way that you search a query and it gives the answer. But Google is much more powerful and more like have a structured query that you can make it on. I will give a demo about the Chat GPT now, and I will then talk about what are the common like problem that we can expect, and what are the efforts that is being done or being considered now, not been done but considered for fixing it. So I will share my screen here. One second. This is very unprepared speech because of the final schedule was like released not very long ago. So let me share my screen. Oh. Perfect. Are you able to see my screen at ChatGPT?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
perfect.
it's
Yes. So this is a ChatGPT. It's available for anyone, so anyone can search it. So here, what you do is like you search anything. I'm trying also sort of like first time here in this menu. I haven't made so many searches. So let's search about it. Like, so tell me about the beauty. Yeah, beauty. Spelling mistake. Spelling I forget because we don't speak English so much here. 1 second, Abhinav. Yeah. You can go. Sorry, the kids are. 1 second. Yeah. Abhinav, mama ko bula lo. Sorry. Yeah. Ira. Sorry, the kids are disturbing here. Yeah. So I will talk about the GPT now. Abhinav, 1 second. Sorry. So thanks for little disturbance here because of the kids. My wife is here to save myself with the kids. Okay, so back again. So tell me about the beauty of Jashpur. Let's say Jashpur. So we'll ask this question. Okay, Jashpur. Let's see what it gives. Okay, so you can see that it's what. So ChatGPT has trained over a huge set of documents, one of the largest document for over many years. So it knows about everything. So here I ask about like tell me about the beauty of Jashpur. So it will write not just like as a Wikipedia for Jashpur, but it's more like the attraction point and beauty point, like waterfall, those kind of things, not giving any like demographical information. So you can see that it says Jashpur is a district of Chhattisgarh, and it talks about the tourist attraction. It's talk about the other population attraction for like waterfall or those things. So it has selected those information which is related to the beauty, not related to demography or the city, like what kind of people live there, what people do, what kind of political system there, not like those things. But if I'll, so I can further go it, and maybe I'll try to modify the the query in a more interactive way. I'll say, can you write in more pure, more I can write maybe more in a calm manner like that. Okay, so it says it's trying to write the same thing, but maybe the sentences, you can see it's like using natural landscape and those things, which is more soothing. Like giving different information, but in more like the tone has been changed here, like spiritual significance, cultural attraction, like those kind of things. So if I'll tell him that can you write in more factual way. So it will now try to give factual statement than just the description. So it's writing, you see the list of the facts. So now it's giving about like the square kilometer information, those things. So it's much more interaction and much more the information the way we want. It's look like more like human sort of response. So we can see that you can ask, actually we haven't seen it, but you can ask any question in any different form, and it more like interaction way. So it remembers what you have queried, and then it will give very humanistic answer. It's one of the most powerful search or like chatting system, chat bot. Therefore its name is called a prefix with the chat GPT. So here, if we'll use it very heavily, we will be able to see that this is like people will trust a lot the answer given by ChatGPT, because it gives in a so natural way. And so this is like some people are saying that this is going to be a very strong competitor of Google, because Google gives more like factual or like more structured answer, which is a bit difficult to read by the normal human being. For example, if my son, like 7-year-old, he will search this thing at Google, he will find lots of links. He will not have any idea what to read and what to not read. Here, but in this case, in case of ChatGPT, like if my, let's say 60-year-old father, he's actually more than 65-year-old, but just give an example that any old human being who is not so much into the computer, and if he'll write question, then he will get answer. Actually, he will get answer in many different languages. So let's say I'll write, can you write this in Hindi? So let's see what it does. Yeah, you can see it's a little bit like not very mature, so there will be some spelling mistake, but of course it's trying to find and writing in a very like readable manner, or like very very informative, as well as almost like accurate. So this is going to be in future. But here in this talk, I'm basically like to explore about like what are the pros and cons. Actually, cons means also what are the problems that can occur with this kind of system. So you can see that this chat, one of the answer where it was giving, it was mentioning that it's or maybe not actually in this query, that it cannot give more information, because it is giving information only based on the documents it has been trained for. So if something is not trained for, it will not give the answer. For example, let's say can you talk about very difficult question, like when about the first king of Jashpur before, let's say 1080. Let's see. Yeah, you can see that this question no one knows. I mean, some people might be knowing, but this is like very difficult question. So it is giving some information, but it's saying that it's like it's clearly mentioning that this information is not publicly available, so it's very difficult for him to give the answer. So so information which has not been trained for, it will not it cannot give answer. So that's very good. Then what it tells, basically it tells that it will give the answer based on what is a trained for. It means if I'll train on something like more biased information, let's say I trained this GPT only with the, now India there are like many political bias kind of things, or many religious bias kind of things. If I'll train him on a just like from one tone which is more to one political centric, then it will not give so then it will give answer only from that opinion, not like more a neutral way. So this kind of system could be very elusive and can give illusion, as well as it can deceive the perception of the people. So if, let's say, the current government, like I don't want to be in political now, but just giving example, whoever is the government, and either in state or the at national level, he basically enforces the company who is making that one to train the document with only with their perspective, not the neutral perspective. Then the answer the people will be getting is very biased one, and people will start believing it because it gives answer in so natural way. So what can be done, or what is being done actually right now? So people are solving this kind of like issue with the two different approaches. One is from the technical way, and another one is more like regulatory way. So what it means by technical way? Technical way means like if there are like 5 answers possible, the chat GPT should cover all the 5 answers. It should not bias to some specific answer. So that's like sort of in a very loose words, we can say that it's more like distributing the information, or like covering all the information, not skipping some information which could be relevant. Of course, the question depend upon the question, answer would be relevant to that question. But if question uh, answer to that question covers all the factual information, it should cover all the factual information. It should not biased. So another so there are many research which is happening now, which is basically wants some sort of like technical guarantee that it will not be biased one, and there are ways to measure it. This research is going on, and it's a hot topic right now. Anybody wants to do some like further research on that? It's a very good idea. It's very emerging field. The second way is a regulatory way. I mean, government or any regulatory bodies should also govern that the answer to this one should not be biased. So I will give one specific example here. So Elon Musk is a guy who is sometimes people there is a perception that he behaves in a very high impulsion. He does not behave like in a more like other calm human being does. So he has the impulsion to do something, and he does very quickly those things. And there are information about, let's say, something happened to his company, space company SpaceX, that SpaceX is not behaving, or like assuming that it's or let's make a case that SpaceX has the financial trouble, or it is their launch is failing constantly. In that case, if somebody will ask the question here, how does the SpaceX does? and if answer gives like SpaceX doing is very good, it's blah blah things, it will only cover those part where SpaceX was successful, not cover those part which where it has a problematic. Then basically that is the problem, that it's not covering all the information. If this information will be read by, let's say, naive investor, he will continually is investing on his SpaceX stocks, whereas basically if he would have more information, he might have changed his decision. So those kind of things can occur, and government in a regulatory way wants to make regulation that the answer given by this one is more sort of covering all the information, not selecting some information which could be lead to the bias. But this is very hardest problem. I don't know, and many people, they don't know how it can be solved, but there are some efforts happening at both at European Parliament. I'm a bit unsure about it, that one, but I heard about it. And similarly, like the US regulatory bodies, they are also trying to bring such kind of information. So there are, so in other words, like in the simple words, I can say that ChatGPT, which is most powerful artificial intelligence ever built, this is a perception by many people, that it is very reliable, very lucrative, it's going to be very popular, but how much you should trust, that's up to you. And but one thing must be that you must always be conscious about that it can be biased. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pandey, for your nice lucid presentation and informing us about ChatGPT, which was really, I'm not from the computer background and I really do not know this one. And this first time I heard from your side, and I am very thankful to you for giving such a nice information. And we are in a great hope, sir, that you always will be with us in future also. And we are always waiting for your consent, that a positive sign from your side will be here. And in the I am inviting you in advance for the 4th International E-Conference.
Sure.
And thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge and sparing your valuable time and on this online platform. Actually, sir, there are some problem with the internet connectivity. That's why parallel on the Google Meet as well as on the YouTube Live, it is going on.
Okay. No problem. And thanks very much for inviting me and having a nice word and giving opportunity. I will be always available for the student or anyone, like any scholar or anyone, because I am basically from Kunkuri. I studied there, so I feel a strong still connection. And the ChatGPT is new, therefore you didn't heard about it. It has launched like 3 weeks ago.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your nice presentation and for the information that you provided on this platform. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next presentation is by Ms. Pooja Jha. She is a research scholar at Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam University, Indore, Madhya Pradesh. And the topic of her talk is decision-making factors for selection of serverless platforms. So I would like to invite Ms. Pooja Jha for her presentation. Over to you, Ms. Pooja.
Good afternoon, all of you. Today we'll be discussing, my name is Pooja Kumari Jha and I'm currently pursuing my PhD in cloud computing. My topic is auto scaling in cloud computing. I'm doing my PhD from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam University, Indore, and in this research, my guide is Dr. Deepika Pathak. She herself is a professor in Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam University, Indore. Today I'll be discussing about a related topic, that is decision making factors for selection of serverless platforms. The topics which we'll be going to discuss is introduction, importance, scope, factors, diagrammatic comparison of these factors, and diagrammatic comparison between the two main market players which do provide this PaaS service, and the conclusion regarding the topic, and of course the references. The introduction, the first we'll see the introduction about the topic. In cloud computing, there are four type of major markets which are called BaaS, PaaS, SaaS, and AS. That is business as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, infrastructure as a service. So here the factors regarding the serverless computing which do affect is PaaS, that is platform as a service. It is discussed in the coming slides. So which these factors which do affect the decision making of the businesses and the organizations on which we have to select, that we are going to discuss in the coming slides. So what is platform as a service? Platform as a service is a cloud computing model where a third-party provider delivers hardware and software tools to users over the internet. Usually these tools are needed for application development. A PaaS provider hosts the hardware and software on its own infrastructure. There are two major corporates right now in the market, Microsoft and Amazon. These two companies are the biggest service providers of platform as a service. So it's all the related organizations which do play a client. My factors which I am going to discuss about are helpful for them. What is the importance of these factors? The factors which we are going to discuss is very important for all the new businesses and the old organizations which do work on cloud computing, or which need help in cloud computing, because the platform which are provided by the service providers are different by all means, depending upon the factors they do provide the services. So if the business which is working on a particular or for a particular software, there are factors which make them to decide that which platform to select or which service provider to select for a particular platform, which will make the business grow. So that is very important to have a correct service provider, so that it will provide a correct platform to grow the business. Scope of this paper. There are various factors which do affect the decision making. So scope of this paper is to list them and the details of discuss the details of various factors which affect the selection. There are new companies and the old organization which do need the platforms as their business needs. So PaaS helps in application development. So selection of companies is based on these factors, and it is required and very, very important. Comparison is done here in this paper on the basis of diagram and lists too. So the scope will be the listing and the diagrams both. Okay, now we'll be discussing all the factors first. The first factor is, and the most important factor, is the cost. As organization only pay for the time and resources they are actually used by the serverless capabilities as per their measured usage. The ability to expand to a zero case sizes is a major selling point for serverless platforms. The resources which are measured and taken charge on memory or processing power, and estimation methodologies, including restrictions. They vary amongst service providers, so cost is major comparison factor. Next factor, which is important, is performance and limit. Performance is measured in terms of memory amount, speed, and CPU usage, etc. Limits are also placed on the maximum amount of memory, CPU resources that can be made available to a capacity someone, as well as the maximum number of concurrent requests that may be made to a serverless application. Some constraints are simultaneous solicitation edge are raised as clients need client needs evolve, while others are included in platform themselves, such as maximum memory capacity. It is second most important factor for decision making. Other factors, the next factor which is important, that is programming language. As we know that there are various systems which do run on the different programming languages. There are various serverless services support JavaScript, Java, Python, .NET, and Swift. So various systems requires different programming languages. As all the systems don't support all the languages, so the businesses and organizations should be aware of the programming language which their business is needing, and according to that, the platform has to be selected. Some of the platforms also provide language agnostic extension features for code in programming interfaces. The system language is also a factor for selection of platforms. Programming model is the next factor. Current serverless systems typically carry out single principal task that receives a word reference, such as JSON object as input and returns as a word reference, such as or similar as output. This is common in all major systems and service providers. But still, the organizations and businesses has to take care of having known to which programming model to select for uh, their their type of businesses or their type of organization. Accordingly, they have to select which pass provider they need. Next factor which is important is compensability. While most platforms provide some method for generating a serverless capability for another, others provide higher level tools for generating such capabilities, which may make it easier to create more complicated serverless applications. This factor makes the client to decide the easier platform to work with. Next factor is deployment. Platforms make an effort to simplify deployment as much as possible. Typically, designers' only obligation is to provide document containing the capacity source code. Services that facilitate rendition or collecting are very rare but highly valued. So, appropriate platform is to be selected, which makes the app development easily possible. Next factor is security and accounting. Since serverless systems serve many users, they must partition resources utilization across customers and provide transparent billing so that everyone is on the same page. So the client select the service providers on the basis of accurate accounting and security. Monitoring and debugging. Basic debugging are supported on the platforms via use of print explanations that are saved in the execution logs. Engineers may be provided additional resources to aid in the identification of bottlenecks, the tracking of errors, and the comprehension of capacity execution circumstances. Okay, so the two market players, major market players, I should say, in PaaS right now is Microsoft's Azure platform, and another one is Amazon Web Services. So as we can see in the diagrams, there is a API manager router in Microsoft also, and there is a manager router in in AWS also. So manager router softwares do provide whichever active traffic or whichever active AP through the API management, we should have a inventory, we should have orders and cart. So there are many routes also in Microsoft Azure platform, but in Amazon Web Services you can see that it is a direct connection. So we will have to so the documents which are in store for Amazon, they do directly reach the client, not through any router or API manager. So there are many differences which are there. Like Azure provides security by offering permissions on the whole account, whereas AWS security is provided using defined rules with permissions and control features. Azure has zip file deployment services, whereas AWS has traditional deployment models. Azure has on-demand reserved spot pricing, whereas AWS has per hour rounded up costing. And Azure has express route connection, whereas AWS is direct connect. Azure is startup friendly, high performance, low cost, while the zero while whereas AWS is zero setups, detail monitoring, and auto scaling group. Azure has limitations on big data handling, whereas AWS has EBS storage for big data handling. So these are the major these are the comparison between the two major companies or major service providers of PaaS, depending upon the factors which we have discussed already. So my conclusion is that factors which make the client to decide the service providers are the major game changers in the market of serverless computing service providers. So they make the business identities major or minor according to their appropriate choices. The comparison done here is between only the two major market shareholders, whereas there are other companies as well which do provide PaaS to smaller and new clients in less cost. It is just they are not according to the changing need for the clients. These are the references that we have taken which while making this paper. Joseph Hellerson, Mubashra Sadakat, and Tariq Aglamel, M. Gobe, and R. Weg Gardner. Thank you for your patience, all the gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you for such a nice presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Satish Kumar Pandey. He is a research scholar, YBN University, Ranchi, Jharkhand. He is going to present and he is going to deliver a talk on an approaches to big data, risk analytics. And let's welcome Mr. Satish Kumar Pandey. I think Satish Kumar Pandey is not there, not joined in this meeting. So at the last, I would like to conclude this event. At the last, I would like to thank you all for peacefully listening the whole two-day event of this third International E-Conference on Emerging Trends in Computer Science and making it a grand success. I hope to meet you all in our upcoming fourth international e-conference. Maybe it is e-conference or it can be a physical conference on emerging trends in computer science. Thank you all for listening this event. Meet you in the next event. Thank you.